good one. Okay, Israel. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Hope everybody is doing Tawaf today. Shout out Kawakav and his congregation in Guatemala and the brothers and sisters that they teach from Cali to Georgia. Amiyat Kazah, shalom. Hope you're doing Tawaf also in London, UK. Shout out Kazaki and SOW family in Virginia, Zap SW family in Houston, and Zion SW family in Rochester, New York. Hope everybody's doing Tawaf today. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. The brothers in San Antonio, SOT camp. For tuning in, and everybody for just listening and contributing the best you can. For your time and your effort. We're about to get started in class today, but first we're going to send our prayers up and give the Most High some praise. Watch it. Right there, how about Shem Yahshai? Right there, how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa'a, Nakalanawa, Award, Zayawam, the water, Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Yes. Right there, how about Shem Yahshai? Right there, how about Shem Yahshai? Hahawa'a, Nakalanawa, Raya, Naya, the water, Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Mapanya Yerushalayim. Right there, how about Shem Yahshai?
Right there, how about Shem Yahshai?
Shabbat, Shalom, the water, Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Jonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamaya. Anah. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yishad. Shashamamar. Yasharal. Yahweh. Samaria. Hawa. Zalia. Yanyamya. Hashema. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Yawam. Wala'ah. Halabana, Balayala, Yashamaya, Makol, Rad, Yashamar, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Naholaki, Wafuaya, Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in. This time forth and even evermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite credo. Shema Yahshua.
Shema Yahshua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Shema Yahshua.
Shema Yahshua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shema Yahshua.
Shema Yahshua.
Yahweh. Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Hear, O Israel, he is our power, he is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemaya, Wadah, Hayah, Shabbat, Yahweh, Malak Kama'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratazah,
Kawak.
Ayah.
Ayah.
Bashimaya.
Bashimaya.
Tetelanau.
Tetelanau.
Lakam.
Lakam.
Go.
Jawab.
Jawab. Wasalaknau.
Wasalaknau.
Kawaknau.
Kawaknau.
Wasalaknau.
Wasalaknau.
Kawaknau.
Kawaknau.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Dabiyanau.
Dabiyanau.
One side one.
One side one.
Abo. Hamshanau.
Hamshanau.
Bayan.
Bayan.
Boy.
Ran.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Lakam.
Lakam.
Kawakwa.
Kawakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala. Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala. Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our debts, and we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'aya haya.
La'aya.
Laka.
Laka.
Ala haya.
Ala haya.
Afaya.
Afaya.
Aya.
Aya.
Banya.
Banya.
Thou shalt not, you got the Ten Commandments in English. Thou shalt have no other power before him.
The two. La'a.
La'a.
La'ayna.
La'ayna.
Laka.
Laka.
Asal.
Asal.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
La'aibana.
La'ibana.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve it.
3.
La'a.
La'a.
Talang waka.
La'at waka.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of thy Lord, thy power, in vain.
4.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Ayawa.
Ayawa.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakodasha.
La'abdasha.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabah.
Kabah.
Habaka.
Habaka.
Amaka.
Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'a.
La'a.
Karatiza.
Karatiza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
7. La'a.
La'a.
Kana'a.
Kana.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8.
La'a.
La'a.
Tagana.
Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
9.
La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ayna.
Ta'ayna.
Shakor.
Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
10.
La'a.
La'a.
Ta'kamad.
Ta'kamad.
Ko.
Ko.
Asharat.
Asharat.
La'ra'aita.
La'ra'aita.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Right thing, how about some y'all shot?
Right there, how about check out shot? Blessed
are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshabi.
Take a seat.
Listen, that's not right. It's hot.
Yeah.
What the heck just happened? You can feel the heat standing up, right?
Yeah. What time on here? What time about these changes?
But the thing is, I cut it down. Are people pushing it up? Yeah,
I put it 73 at least. It's gonna get hot in the middle.
yeah, 73 is fine. But I had it at 74 when I got here. And all of a sudden, it jumps back up to 80.
Is it on auto or is it on?
Okay, listen. So it's on 70. I saw him, man. I saw him do it. I saw him push it up. I'm messing with you. I'm telling you.
Don't
He was like this.
Don't play that.
Plus. We're messing with you. Okay, once again, we're on part 2 of the death of Simon and the emergence of John Hyrcanus. We're going to recap before we go further in the story. We're going to recap First Maccabees chapter 16. For those of y'all who are just catching up, this is the last verse and chapter of the stories in the Apocrypha. So for the next few, I ain't gonna say, I don't know how long it's gonna be. It's gonna be the next journey. We're gonna go into a lot of the stories in the Josephus, so we can kind of understand and establish the bridge between the Josephus and Christ.
And it's so necessary because when you read the Bible, the common church community says there was the Genesis era, there was the Egyptian era, there was these different eras, Babylonian era, and then it just goes skip to the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And they say that inner part, that 40-year or that little gap is just like, there were no prophets, there were just no one there, nothing really happened. Straight to Roman Empire.
But there's a lot of, well, listen,
It's a gap.
As we finish off in 1 Maccabees 16, the Greek Empire is obviously diminishing, while the Roman Empire is elevating and magnifying itself.
Yeah.
Historically, you can't look at things like one empire is on top, the other one just, then they just fall, and the other one comes in. It is a gradual decline on one side and a gradual increase on the other side. And that's what's happened, and that's what's gotten us here so far. The Greeks are falling, the Romans are advancing, and we need to bridge and explain how the Romans got to where they're at. But more importantly, we're ending on a high with the Maccabean brothers and the Maccabean dynasty. The father, Mattathias, set the example. His son, Judas, maintained it and took it to another level. Jonathan did the same. And then Simon Thassi was the last of the brothers to maintain the leadership of the Hasmonean dynasty. Now, after Simon, we're going to go into how Simon dies by treachery. We went over it yesterday. We're going to recap. And then after that, now it's John Hyrcanus' turn to take the work to the next level. And we're going to go into the next few weeks about John Hyrcanus and his exploits, and then see if his sons can maintain the dynasty, because this is a significant responsibility for the next generation to uphold and maintain the standard that was set up previously before them. Because it's almost like one can do well, and then you're hoping and praying that the son comes through. David did great. Solomon was mid at best. He was potent for a little bit of time, then he fell apart. Then his son Rehoboam was even worse. And then you had a spark of leadership after Rehoboam, but maintaining spiritual consistency with bloodlines is very hard. Just with generations is very hard. And we're going to see that, but we need to see how the Jews evolve, or they devolve. I don't want to spoil things. From the time of Simon to John Hyrcanus all the way down. And as we see the progression or regression of his family dynasty, you will understand why Christ was so needed and why it was so important that Christ comes down and establishes the right way to live. Because also as John Hyrcanus enters the scene, you start seeing the involvement of political parties, spiritual political parties, and how these political parties, spiritual / political movements start shaping how the Jew looks at serving the Most High in Christ, or serving the Most High. So as we see this, you will see why Christ is so important. And we need to go through the Josephus also to explain how in the hell did the white man be the ruler of the Jews in Herod? How was a white guy given the power to lead the Jews on a political level?
I just want to read this right here. It's with your statement. It says the intertestamental period is the critical 400-year historical bridge between Old and New Testaments, spanning from the last Old Testament prophets, 400 BC, to the birth of Christianity. Though sometimes called the 400 silent years, it was a time of massive geopolitical and cultural upheaval that set the stage for Jesus.
What was the beginning year you were talking about?
It's said right here, 400 BC, which is the last Old Testament prophets, and then you have a blank part in the Bible, and it skips to, if you have a two-part Bible.
Because once you sit back here, and we get past 586 BC, which is the part of Jerusalem, then you get the 80-year fall. Then you get Ezra, the prophet Ezra. Daniel is before.
What's that mean?
It's Ezra. Then you get Nehemiah. After Nehemiah, the prophets, you don't really hear about the prophets after Nehemiah.
I got to read this point right here to help. Not I'm not trying to
I
overdo
thought
it.
I was doing pretty good.
Oh, I know you were, but I was trying to help out. I was trying to catch up. Listen,
Waiting pretty
listen,
quickly.
you were. I'm just gonna put this point.
Anyway, I
Because
wasn't
no,
explaining
Elijah
clear.
had one to point out. Elijah had one to point out. I'll stand for that point.
No, I'm joking. Okay, it's okay. Welcome back.
It's like,
Keep going.
the sun is hot. The sun is red.
Exactly.
Okay, listen. Political empires and rulers. It said Persian era, 539 to 331 BC. Greek era, 331 to 167 BC. Maccabean era, 167 to 63 BC. What we're saying? These are the three empires in the quote unquote.
Well, they weren't empires. We didn't have an empire.
Well,
I just want to make sure
we didn't have an empire. I'm saying Persian Empire, Greek.
You said they had no
Persian.
empire.
No. Persian era, Greek era, Maccabean era.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, I'm just saying. So what are we saying? Yes. All we're trying to explain is there's gaps in space, but it's very important to learn the history because there's a lot of lessons. Listen, going through the Maccabean Empire, there was a lot that we've learned. Getting through first Maccabees and second Maccabees. There was a lot that we learned in that space once Alexander enters the scene, leading up to Antiochus Epiphanes. There was a lot of lessons there also. So what are we saying? The Most High, there's a lot of lessons there, even though they're not heavily written in the scripture. There's going to be a lot of lessons as we go on to the Josephus that isn't heavily written, but it's important to extract.
Yeah.
And it's important to get as much information. The things written aforetime are written for our what?
Right.
So it's an exciting time. We're not going to overly focus on the Josephus without pulling scriptures and tying in biblical concepts and inner man concepts. We're definitely going to still be in that space. So we'll still stay in the book, right? So with that being the case, let's go to 1 Maccabees 16, verse 11, and start there. Karai, let's get your seat in.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Barnashah, Barnashala.
Karai, Sergeant Matah, Banashah, Bayashah, Amaji, Rock, Yahweh Shemel Shabbatah.
Yahaba Shem Yashar Rakatam. First Maccabees chapter 16, verse 11. Moreover, in the plain of Jericho was Ptolemaeus, the son of Abubas, made captain. And he made an abundance of silver and gold.
So what's happening is Ptolemaeus was made a regional captain under Simon. Ptolemy Abubis was that person. Now, this guy Ptolemy ends up being Simon Thassy's son-in-law. So he marries Simon's daughter. And what isn't clear is why he's called Ptolemy. Because during that time, most of these guys that changed their surnames were either operating in a pro-Greek stance, or they were actually Greek, or they were actually non-Israelites. That's a very important thing to be conscious of, because Simon dedicated 30 plus years to fighting against that movement. And now once Simon and his family land are victorious, now all of a sudden that movement is allowed to operate with them again. Either the pro-Greek movement from an Israelite perspective was allowed in, or Simon allowed this guy, who was literally a non-Israelite, to go lock in and marry his daughter. One way or the other, you can see a laxness in who was given responsibility. We went into last week about sometimes just because a person has initiative And just like Jeroboam was industrious,
Mm-hmm.
just because a person is industrious
Doesn't
doesn't mean you can build it.
But they're profitable.
Because there's a lot of people that know what to do, that get up in the morning and are responsible, but it doesn't mean you can count on them to have spiritual principles. So the way it looks is this guy told me was given responsibility because he was profitable on a managerial level and he had money and resources. But so then what did Simon make his evaluation concerning choosing his daughter to marry? A guy that could make money, that had money, that came from a financially stable family, who can handle business. That don't mean they had a spiritual morality that is more valuable. So with that being the case, just keep that in mind. Let's continue.
Verse 12. For he was the high priest's son-in-law.
He was Simon's son-in-law. Read on.
Wherefore, his heart being lifted up, he thought to get the country to himself.
So now this guy who was given his opportunity by Simon had the idea or the feeling that he could sit back here and take over the entire region and betray the man that even gave him the opportunity to step up and thrive. Read on.
It says, and thereupon consulted deceitfully against Simon and his sons to destroy them.
And this is a common point with men and people in general, is people just can't accept their place.
Yep.
People can't accept the lot in life that the Lord has blessed them with. And if I can't get what I want, or I can't have more, then I have to go off the grid. I have to do deceitful works. I have to go out there and break laws and break codes and break trust. I have to destroy so I can satiate my greed, my hunger, or my desire for more, or my ego.
And that's the issue with being industrious. That's the issue with ambition. Because if you're looking to promote just the industrial person is going to want to get past what you give them.
Yeah.
And then a lot of times the industrial person doesn't have patience, just can't wait till the Most High elevates them like you just said. So listen, it isn't revealed, and in the story it never is revealed if Ptolemy was an Israelite or not. But it does let you know enough just about his name, where his heart was at. Because the thing is this, at the time, there was still a great, strong movement for Israelites to get with the program, for Israelites to get with the times. That was the issue. That's what got us in the position to deal with Antiochus in the Greek way of life in the first place.
It's time to go with the flow.
It's time to go with the flow. It's time to get past the old Jew tradition and get with the age and start locking in with more Greek mindset, Greek philosophy. That is a fact.
Yeah.
That's why we got into trouble in the first place. So now we're here, and Simon allows his daughter to marry a guy that's quote unquote getting with the time. You can't build with the guy like that, despite how tied in politically, economically a man may be. What I guess what we have to be conscious of and what's dangerous for all of us is you get the knowledge, you know who you are, you're tied in spiritually, you're awakened. How much acclimating is okay when you're dealing with the outside world? It's not like we can't be hermits and cut ourselves off from the outside world. But what can't be quantified is how much of the world and understanding how the world operates can work to your disadvantage.
And for all of us, it's about the point of compromise. Because you're dealing with family. Family is not technically just getting with the times, but there's certain family members that you can't be around. There's certain conversations you can't entertain. There's certain environments that are too much and they have too much of an influence over your spiritual principle. And over time, you start looking different, talking different, walking different, acting different, looking at life different. because we have a duality. Duality one is, or position one is pleasure of the Lord. That's position one we play. Then you have position two, which is what? Pleasure of self.
Yeah.
So the person that has the spirit of, I want to be industrious, I want to grow, there's a point where, is this growth benefiting the Lord or is this growth benefiting you?
Mhm.
This is how you get people that start getting off mentally and getting off spiritually. Because it becomes more about their self-pleasure than the pleasure of the Most High and serving the people.
Got it. And this is the challenge. This challenge is trying to keep a familial belief system stable.
Yeah.
And this is what Simon's having problems doing. Because somebody has got to keep this going. We're reading in chapter 15 of First Maccabees, or actually beginning of chapter 16, Simon was getting up in age. So it was about that time he started establishing successors for people to take on this mantle. So anyway, so far so good, or so bad. This guy told me is trying to usurp his father-in-law and his brother-in-law so he can take the throne. Continue. Well, he's trying to take spot, but he's trying to make his play. Well, let's keep going. All right.
14. Now Simon was visiting the cities that were in the country.
Now we talked about this last week earlier. A good leader makes his rotations to all the places he's responsible for, just like Samuel did. Samuel went to all the Israelite cities twice a year. So that kept him busy. He would sit back and make a rotation, come back home, come back around a certain time of the year, and make a rotation again. So he's making his rotations throughout all the provinces that were Israelite-led. In the process of this, he gets to Jericho, which where his son-in-law was, and he is invited to a banquet, just to sit back here, relax a little bit, eat and drink, enjoy familial company, maybe see his daughter, and get ready to go to the next city. Read on.
Says, and taking care for the good ordering of them.
Because that's what you're supposed to do. Read on.
At which time he came down himself to Jericho with his sons, Mattathias and Judas, in the 117th year.
So Simon sat back here and named his children Mattathias and Judas after his brother and father, along with John Hyrcanus. Why he was named John Hyrcanus and the other ones had the Hebrew name, I don't know. But John is still Johannes. So yeah. So let's keep going.
It says, in the 11th month called Sabbath, where the son of Abubis receiving them deceitfully into a little hole called Dorcas.
A little fortified place called Dorcas. He sits back here and sets them up. They all go into this fort thinking that everything is good. And they establish a red wedding type of sneak attack. For those of y'all who've seen Game of Thrones, everybody went to this one Lord's house. Everybody's singing and drinking and playing those old English jams.
The lyre?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell kind of instrument it is. What was it? You called a lyre?
Lyre and flutes.
Yeah, it's those flutes where everybody's kicking their little feet up. Yeah. Everybody's relaxing and enjoying themselves, all their weapons in the sheds and all their war stuff somewhere else, and they're relaxed, drinking ale.
Yeah.
Or wine. Same scenario here. Read on.
Where the son of Abubis receiving them deceitfully unto a little hole called Dorcas, which he had built, made them a great banquet. Howbeit, he had hid men there. So
what he did is he hid men in certain areas. Obviously, they couldn't be seen, and they still had their weapons ready. Now, in the red wedding scene, the guys' weapons stayed on the second level, and they had the weapons already set up on the second level, and they sat back here and shot their arrows, and took out their swords and killed all the men, cut the wife's throat, cut the king's throat, killed the mom, and they sat back here and they eradicated, because it was the North versus the South at the time of the show. The king of the South brokered a deal with a lower level prince of the North and gave him extended lands and titles and bought him off. The king of the North thought they've been allies for centuries. So they thought it was a good place to have the wedding. Didn't know he was paid off, and they killed the threat of the north in one swoop. You know, so what ends up happening is the same thing happens here. But let's continue.
Verse 16. So when Simon and his sons had drunk largely.
So listen, what does it mean to drink largely? You're in no position to sit back here and swing and fight with any kind of accuracy. So they were completely out of their minds, and that's what you do. You relax when you're around family. Because most time you get to sit back here and be tense and serious. At this time, like, listen, they're relaxed, they're enjoying their company, they're enjoying family company. And then when they're at their more vulnerable position, read on.
It says, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons and came upon Simon into the banqueting place and slew him and his 2 sons and certain of his servants.
Now, here it says the sons were slaves. Josephus says they weren't. They were kept captive. So was Simon's wife. So Simon's wife and his 2 sons were captive. They killed Simon because by killing Simon, everything is in flux. Okay? Killed Simon, kept the mom, kept the 2 sons as hostages, and everything shifted from that point on. Continue. What verse we at again?
We in verse 17.
Okay.
Verse 17. In which doing he committed a great treachery and recompensed evil for good.
Now listen, I mentioned earlier in that Greek book, Dante's Inferno, they explain that, not that this matters at all, it's just something, little tidbit of knowledge, that was one of the, there was a special gate in hell for those who sit back here and recompense evil for good.
Yep.
And they use it as, they call it Ptolemy's gate.
Wow.
Like
There's a
literally came from, this was a famously sinister act.
Wow.
That when you sit back here and people do you good and you give them evil and negative because of it,
Double cross people? Yeah.
and you double cross, there is literally a curse. And there's a special place in hell for people that commit acts like that. There's a scripture that talks about, I went into it last week, I might as well go into it here, because this is a certain verse that I kind of want to poke on that. Proverbs 17 and 30.
Proverbs chapter 17 and verse 13. Whoso rewardeth evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house.
You're never going to be in a situation where you're going to escape curses and negative that happens in your life. When people do right by you and you reciprocate that good with evil. Why do I say that? The Most High didn't promise that evil would happen immediately, but it will happen. Yes, sir?
Can you give a good example of trading evil for good? Like,
I guess an example would be, think about in this story.
I had a comment. So my woman put me on a comment.
You want to I was trying to give you a biblical example of it. Let's get in the streets. Let's get in the streets.
no, give me one.
The street angles with Gucci Mane. I don't know if you heard about the Gucci.
Oh yeah, about Gucci.
Gucci Mane signs Gucci. Gives him money when he gets out of jail. You know,
He put money in his books too.
put money in his pocket, money in his books. Gucci ends up robbing Gucci Mane on live and taking his chain.
And he said, listen, you got to take me out this contract.
Yeah, take me the
The officer
contract.
said, listen, give me my money. I want money.
I want money.
And I want you verbally taking me off this contract.
Yes.
And Gucci Mane, I don't know if that's the real Gucci Mane or not. That's yet to be seen.
It's skinny Gucci. He robbed the fake Gucci.
I think he robbed the fake Gucci.
He got
the Gucci with the Bart Simpson's necklace wouldn't have went down like that. He would have made a different decision and acted differently.
Would have been on rip like that. Right?
His one would have been out like Kodak.
That's how you know the real Gucci man. From the club.
Listen, the real Gucci was eating hot dogs and chicken. He wasn't gonna eat clean. I'm sorry.
No, that's a good example of put books on your put money in your books. I help you get started again. Sign you.
Or how I got another one. Listen, who put Kendrick on first?
Drake?
Right.
Kendrick got put on by Drake.
Yeah.
And
Not Snoop Dogg, not Drake,
not the West, not Dre and all those, not Ice Cube. Drake put him on. And then a couple of years later, he sneaked it.
Right.
And all of a sudden, there's beef.
A$AP Rocky the same.
A$AP Rocky the same.
I didn't know that.
And all of a
You
sudden,
listen to him and you wouldn't even think that.
I was watching it. Drake put YG on and got him to blow up.
Yeah.
And then YG turned his back on him and said, I ain't backing it. And all of a sudden, YG puts Dynamite and nobody hears it.
Okay, so it's a little.
So who's the dirtbag?
Yeah.
There you go. Those are carnal ways to explain it,
Okay.
on top of the spiritual way.
If you want a Motown era example, you want a Motown era example. We'll go Motown. Motown. It's Detroit.
Okay, Motown.
The Supreme. Right, Diana Ross? Listen, Diana Ross was not the lead singer of the Supremes.
I didn't know.
She was not the lead singer of the Supremes. The dominant voice of the Supremes.
So now you got to. I want to hear this story.
The dominant voice of the Supremes. I forgot her name. I think it was Mary.
Yeah.
Who? Martha Van Dove?
Yeah, probably her. But but I forgot the name. But she wasn't the primary singer. The other one was the primary singer of the original group. But then when they got on, Diana got with who? The CEO.
Barry Gordy, right?
Barry Gordy. She got with Barry Gordy.
There you go.
They had an intimacy and they had a physical relationship. And Barry Gordy said, she's the one.
But she's the
star. She's the star. and she became the lead voice of the Supremes. And then she kept, over the years, taking everything from her, taking her money.
Isn't that what Beyonce was doing? She said like you're snaking everybody that was competition?
Yeah.
So she was equal towards the group.
Towards her friends and people she came up with.
Okay.
I got one.
She snaked her friends.
For the Latin American people.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that happened with Selena. Selena got killed by her own man.
Yolanda.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same concept. We ride together, we rise together. I'm just gonna take you out with my money.
Yeah.
Opportunity.
I'm not content.
Not content with what I got.
If you want a Moabite example,
whoever's Moab that listens to
hey,
class.
they watch class in Moab.
The K-pop.
Listen, everybody knows
Listen, K-pop, get the stories done.
Listen, everybody knows this one. Everybody knows this one. A lady found a sick snake. The snake was injured. She got the snake. She nursed it back to health. She gave it milk. The snake grew. And then years later, the snake bit her. And before she died, she said, "Why'd you bite me? I nursed you back to health."
Because I'm a snake.
And the snake said, "I'm a snake."
But see, that story, there's a bunch of story like that.
I think Aesop's favorite.
There's a bunch of stories like that. Like I think the frog took the sick, like praying mantis or something.
Yeah.
The water. And he said, "Don't bite me. I'll get you across the pond. Just don't bite me." And then right when they got across the pond, he bites me. Like, why'd you do it? Because I'm a praying mantis. It's the same story, but I guess multiplied a bunch of different.
Or a Gadai example. I think I know the Gadai example.
I don't know.
Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that one.
We teach you how to survive, and then we kill you once you tell us how to survive.
Yeah.
Because now I don't need you anymore.
So now we know why there was a special getting built for those.
And listen, hear me out.
On the story.
Hear me out. I am not teaching online that there are different gates in hell.
Okay.
I am not teaching that because I can't prove it, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know the gates.
If you don't change, you don't
I
find
don't
out.
want to be privy. I don't want to be privy to these gates.
Yeah.
I want to learn about those gates from afar. When everything is done. So one, I can't prove it, so I'm not going to prove it. The only thing I can prove is that there is a gulf between the ones who make it and the ones who don't, and the ones who don't make it can see the ones who make it. That's what I can prove because that's what Christ said. Now to go into any further angles, you can't. I'm not going to teach what I can't prove, so I stay away from that. Because how in the hell could Dante have determined that? How would Dante know that it's chamber 18 or whatever the hell number he said in this Greek book? You can't prove it, so you stay away from it. Okay? I just brought it up to let you know that this event was a famous event that people use to kind of quantify that concept, and that even that red wedding episode came from a concept that was biblical in the time. That's all I'm trying to say.
Betrayal.
But keep going, Moses. I just wanted to make sure I cut you off because I ain't teaching that. Gotta be very careful on those things.
But this is a common occurrence when people have a desire for more, but their pleasure is not the Lord.
Ah.
The pleasure of the Lord is what keeps us all in check.
Right.
When we don't have find pleasure in Christ, you don't have a limitation because the flesh doesn't have a limitation.
That's what made David so special. He was told and anointed to be the head guy, and he waited his turn and ran and didn't take matters in his own hands and waited for the Most High to alleviate and bring him up. Even after Saul died, he didn't fight for more position. He took his time and allowed the Most High to remove Ishbosheth, Saul's son, in time, in years. So his patience and his willingness to be okay with wherever the Lord got him until the Most High promoted him was a mentality that so many of us don't have. Yes. Let's hold off on the example. Well, what you got? What you got? I want to hear it. You got to be quick though. We don't have a lot of time.
She told the frog that she dropped her ring in a well. Then the frog said, "I could get it as long as you would be my friend." So the frog got the ring and then gave it back to her. And then she went home and then left him.
That's social media. That's social media, right?
Well, that might be a story you read too. That might be a story. Crazy.
No, that's a true story. Favor.
Yeah. Listen. Depending on what social media you see, I told you they can be trusted. You can't trust them, y'all. You can't trust them.
I took care of you. I gave you a big ball of bread. I get sick and then you leave. That's the modern.
No, you can't do that.
It's not true.
The big ball for LeVar. Listen, LeVar Ball did his wife. I heard he wasn't very good to her. Let's keep
I'm just saying the common saying. It's not true.
Really?
The son explained that.
Lonzo said it wasn't that way. Anyway, so let's bring it back, reel it back. We're still dealing with the fact that Simon was betrayed. Now you can look at this and spin this different ways. Betrayal is betrayal, and there's no justification to do that. But on the flip side, why would you bring an individual that at the very least was politically motivated in the first place? Why would you bring that guy so close without being on alert? Because the thing is this, I guess the way I'm trying to express it is what we do and who we bring close to us, it has to be deeper than intelligence, finances, and marital connection.
The flesh.
It's got to be the fact that we all believe in the same thing and have the same moral and spiritual code. Because if we don't have the same moral and spiritual code, you can't build with it. What does Amos 3:3 say? Let's go there.
Amos chapter 3 and verse 3 says, "Can two walk together except they be agreed?"
Listen, you can't walk with a person or build with a person that doesn't have the same spiritual way of looking at things as you. You just can't do it. Listen, and it's not personal. Listen, I don't know what he was thinking to let her marry that guy. But at the very least, you can't let your hair down in front of a guy that doesn't believe in the same thing that tethers you. If you don't have the same spiritual takes on things, how can you let your hair down around a person that you can't trust? Because you really can't trust somebody that don't believe the same things you do and aren't tethered by the same principles as you are. You just can't do it. But somehow Simon got relaxed, too relaxed, and ended up getting stung by trusting a person that didn't have the same spiritual inclination as he did.
And you know this happens a lot of times? When you're overwhelmed. When you're overwhelmed by business and other responsibilities and other matters.
Or you get comfortable. That's the other side too. Because this is at the end. There's no more war.
Yeah.
There's no more war.
The edge.
There's peacetime. You lose that edge. Because everything, all the wars are over. He was the unquestioned leader. Israel was stable. And he didn't see this coming. So once again, I don't want to overly psychoanalyze the situation because we don't have all the details. But even in Wikipedia explains that either this guy Ptolemy was an Israelite or a Semitic, but he was obviously pro-Greek, or they said he was Idumean. So if he was Idumean, what was he letting you know? A non-Israelite, and he allowed it to creep in, ended up stinging him. And now he has to sit back here and deal with the listen, him, he dies, but his children and wife have to deal with the consequences of that decision.
And getting usurped.
And getting usurped. And the crazy thing is, it also lets you know, regardless of whatever good you do, you have to deal with the consequences of poor decision making. You know how many times we sit back here and everybody thinks because we believe in the Torah and the scriptures and we read it and we study and we read it and we study, and you sit back here and you are absolved from making dumb decisions.
Right.
Whatever decision he made, he had to feel the consequence of that poor decision. And he lost his life on that poor decision, despite the fact that Simon didn't break law.
But everybody wants their spiritualism, their religion, and their good work to shield them. Everybody wants it.
And not everybody wants it, but scripturally and historically, the Lord is saying, you ain't getting away with it. Simon did that which was right, and his decision to let Ptolemy that close ended up costing him his life and putting his wife and 2 sons in significant danger. It's a lesson. We're not bulletproof. We're not bulletproof. And the funny thing is when things get bad, because they will be getting bad, just because you love the Most High and you've done good work does not mean you were absolved from making a fatal decision and having to deal with the consequences behind that fatal decision. Just keep that in mind. What verse are we at?
You know, First Maccabees 16 and 18 now.
Okay, now, was that? I can't. I got it. So let's continue.
First Maccabees 16 and 18. Then Ptolemy wrote these things and sent to the king that he should send him in host to aid him, and he would deliver him the country and cities.
So this is crazy. So what it's letting you know is this guy told me was already in communication with Antiochus the Sabbath.
Yeah.
The fix was already in. This guy was already communicating. Are you going to sit back and all of a sudden out of nowhere write a letter to Antiochus the Seventh?
No.
Saying the city's ready?
No, don't happen.
It was already done. They were already setting this up. And he said, the deed is done. I sold him out. Come on down and bring your troops. We got them. We have the situation rectified. You see that? So this guy was already a sellout. And he was already tied in to the Greek way. So once again, either he was a Jew that already believed in the Greek principle, and then how as the leader did you miss that? It isn't like Simon was lazy. He told you earlier that Simon went to every city twice a year. Or, no, not twice a year. That was Samuel. But he made his rotations to the city. So if he's showing that means he wasn't lazy in his work. How did you miss the fact that this guy didn't have the same beliefs as you? It's a lesson for us that you can't operate ignorant of the intentions, especially of leadership. You have to sit back here. Remember in the scriptures in Ezekiel, the Most High said, when we're all in the wilderness, we're going to have to pass under the what?
The rod.
The rod. And when you sit back here and go into the details of passing under the rod, what that means is every animal that passes under the rod means they're passing under inspection. And the passing of the rod is it was a tool that was used to brush back the skin or the hair of each sheep and each animal. And as you're pushing back the hair of each animal, you look at the actual skin of the animal, and the animal has to sit back and pass inspection and make sure that any infections,
Not diseased.
any pus,
Parasites.
any parasites isn't in the skin. You have to deal with that and purge that out before that animal can continue to be with the other animal. That's what passing under the rod looks like. What do you think the end times in the wilderness is going to be? The same concept. We're going to be in the wilderness to make sure our impurities and infections are inspected. But this is no different than what it takes to actually raise up the ranks and be trusted in leadership. All of your motivation, how you move, your integrity has to be tested to the utmost to determine if we can put our life in your hands. And that's something Simon missed. And sometimes we make that mistake because of marriage. Just because you married my daughter don't mean you're in the right spirit and can be trusted. Everybody has to follow the same level of scrutiny to make sure that your intentions are 100% about the work.
So it may be a familial blind spot.
Well, that's what it is. That's exactly what it was. Because anybody else that got that position would have had to have been vetted.
Yeah.
How come this guy wasn't vetted properly? And this is what happens even in our position. You have to vet the guys you have next to you. Because if you don't vet the people next to you, what I've seen with my own eyes, guys will sit back here and say things that are contrary to what everybody else is saying, and it destroys the fabric of what you do as a body. What you cannot allow at the top all has to speak and counsel the same thing. If they're not speaking and counseling the same thing, they can't be here. And this was a fatal mistake that Simon allowed this guy Ptolemy to be in their ranks. And it cost his life and it endangered everybody else. And it threatened the reign of the Hasmonean dynasty. It literally threatened our position because most likely they'll just let Simon die and killed off the sons, and there was nobody else to defend the nation. And it would have been all the way back to Antiochia again.
Yeah.
Remember Jerusalem was called Antiochia at one time? It just shows you how thin of a line it is to keep up the spiritual level in a camp, in a city, in a jurisdiction. One bad decision can cost everybody spiritual stability. So, go back to verse 18 and read it again.
First Matthew chapter 16, verse 18. Then Ptolemy wrote these things and sent to the king that he should send him in host to aid him, and he will deliver him the country and city.
So he's letting you know the fix was in with Ptolemy and the Greek Empire a very long time ago. And that being the case, man, it's scary. I read these chapters, it's scary because this is why Solomon said, all is vanity. Because things can switch overnight. You can sit back here and dedicate your life to raising your kids the right way. You can make your life all about your family. And then one day, your children are going to say, I don't want to live this life. I don't want to do this. I don't want to commit myself to the Most High. Then it's like, then what was all this work and sacrifice for? If all my kids say, no, I don't want to do it. Or You can sit back here like Solomon did, live this life to serve the Most High, and he knew the son Rehoboam didn't have what it took. And he's like, man, as soon as I die, my son's going to screw it up. And what did Solomon do? I mean, what did Rehoboam do? He screwed it up. So it's a very scary thing to even realize that all your works could be reversed in one generation. So it's a humbling process, and you realize that we can do everything the right way, and we still might not have control over our circumstances. We don't have control over our circumstances, no matter how hard you work. So let's go to verse 19.
19.
Like I said, we read all this last week, and I don't want to go into 1,000 verses explaining it. Now we're going to go into where we're at now. Okay.
Verse 19. He sent others also to Gaza.
So listen, Ptolemy sends men to Gaza because Gaza was the other major stronghold that Simon had. Now with that stronghold, he had his, I'm not going to say his oldest, but his son John Hyrcanus was the one that was responsible for maintaining Gaza, the city of Gaza and the stronghold of Gaza. So Ptolemy sends men to Gaza in hopes of catching John Hyrcanus slipping, because he was the last threat that kept the Hasmonean dynasty alive. So he sends him into Gaza, pays him off to kill John. Hold that verse. Go to 1 Maccabees 13 and verse 53. 1 Maccabees 13.
First Maccabees chapter 13, verse 53. And when Simon saw that John, his son, was a valiant man, he made him captain of all the host, and he dwelt in Gaza.
So what he's saying is this: Simon acknowledged that John was the strongest of his sons. He had 3 sons, Mattathias, Judas, and John. He noticed that John was valiant, courageous, and had the capacity to manage responsibility better. Now listen, you got to read between the lines. I'm not trying to add or take away from the scriptures, but there's a reason Simon kept his other 2 sons close and allowed John space and distance to lead Gaza. Why would you think that's the case?
He can handle his own.
Because John Hyrcanus can handle his business, and his other 2 sons needed that closeness from their father still. Simon still needed to teach Mattathias and Judas and teach them lessons and teach them how to lead. It takes some people a little bit longer than others.
There's presence versus distance. Presence versus distance, because certain people can accept the distance factor when they remember they're not forgetful hearers and they're good processors. So they can maintain the same principles outside of the physical person being there. And some people need the physical person there as a reminder and urgency to maintain the principles.
Because some men and people can manufacture strength, and others have problems manufacturing motivation. So the 2 sons that couldn't manufacture it and couldn't maintain that focus and integrity, he kept those 2 sons close. And he allowed John to maintain that distance because he was the stronger of his son. And he showed it in war, and he showed it in how he managed leading the men. So he was the captain of the host in general. So Ptolemy, the son-in-law, had the 2 sons locked up, the mother locked up. Simon was killed. They tried to kill the strongest son, John Hyrcanus, who was in his fortified city of Gaza. Okay, which was obviously a Philistine stronghold, but we had control over it. And he hired some sellouts, because there's always some sellouts that'll take some payments to do some dirt. Take out John. Read on.
I'm back, 16.
Yes. Well, yeah, no. Did you finish that? No, read verse 53 again.
1 First Maccabees 13 and 53. And when Simon saw that John, his son, was a valiant man, he made him captain of all the host, and he dwelt in Gaza.
So I'm just going there to show you that that's where his stronghold was, in Gaza, John Hyrcanus. Now, let's go back to 19. First Maccabees, chapter 16 and verse 19.
First Maccabees 16 and verse 19. He sent others also to Gaza to kill John, and unto the tribunes he sent letters to come unto him, that he might give them silver and gold and rewards.
So he's trying to set up as many people that would turn on John as possible. And he's promising them whatever they can, whatever bribe he can give up. Because he needs to take John, because he's the only other legitimate bloodline threat there was. Why was listen, we can go into circles about bloodline, but from the time of the beginning to this present time, bloodline was the only thing that was respected.
Yeah.
Listen, whether it was the Greeks, the only person that could legitimately fight for the throne had to be of the seed of the king.
Yeah.
Had to be of the seed of the Ptolemies or of the seed of the Seleucians. That was what was respected back in those days. Now, we're more into a merit-based type society. But back then, it was all about bloodline. Okay? So they understood that. And they say, Simon's bloodline is respected. We got to take out every son to establish that if there's no male heir, then it's just about power and control.
That's a famous family that people will yield their conscience to because, he's of this bloodline.
Because this is why Trypho couldn't get his power as an Edomite unless Alexander was taken out and there was no other bloodline solution. But once the bloodline was reinvigorated with Antiochus VII, then Trypho would get wiped out. This is how it was back. But we understood even during the time of the fall of Jerusalem, just because you were of the line of David didn't mean the Most High was going to be with you. So we understand bloodlines don't guarantee being on point. Okay? So let's continue. Verse 19 from the top.
Verse 19 from the top. He sent others also to Gaza to kill John, and unto the tribunes he sent letters to come unto him, that he might give them silver and gold and rewards.
Verse 20.
Verse 20. And others he sent to take Jerusalem and the mountain of the temple.
This almost sounds like one of those old Godfather endings. Remember in the Godfather? That was when all business was settled.
Yeah.
And all these moves were made at the same time. You take out this guy, you take out this guy, and then the mission is complete, and you establish yourself in power.
All affairs were ordered.
And this is what's happening with Ptolemy. He's trying to sit back and send men to take over Jerusalem, send men to take out Gaza. The first part of the mission was completed. If you take out Jerusalem, you take out John, everything's set. So he's trying to sit back here and operate in a couple moves, a masterstroke coup. This is an example from many years ago about what regime change operations look like today. It's the same concept. You sit back here and you switch regimes out. Edomites have been doing this from the beginning of time. This came from Antiochus. Don't forget, if you read 1 Maccabees chapter 16, verse 1 through 11, it talked about how Antiochus was trying to take out Jerusalem just by direct force. Remember, he used Cendebeus to go attack Jerusalem head on and got wiped out. So like Esau in geopolitical circles, if I can't beat you head up, then I try to create circumvented ways to take you out.
But didn't you break down not too long ago, maybe 6 to 8 months ago, dealing with the Greek Empire? Before it became an official empire, that the Greeks were just warring tribes. They're warring tribes, and they kept renaming history, rewriting history. So they have no real documented history because it was nothing but constant regime change, constant wars amongst tribes, and taking over positions. So that's their historical, I guess their historical premise. Then why would that change?
Well, but this is not even about fighting themselves. That they were fighting themselves still, but how do you keep maintaining power? You have to keep, listen, Jerusalem, we read during Simon's time, Jerusalem was strong. The city was put together. The city was famous. And Jerusalem had jurisdiction over the entire southern region. The Greeks were like, this is too much power from a non-Greek. So what we need to do is make sure that we get control. They weren't paying taxes. Simon wasn't paying taxes to the Greeks. So we need this money and we need control of the region. So let's sit back here and find a way to keep getting access to the region. If we can't fight them in the front, we will send smaller regime change operations to break. This is what they were doing in Syria for 11 to 12 years. They've been doing it they did it to Iraq. They keep doing it to Iran. They keep trying to find different ways to disrupt and break Iran. It's the same way, same method.
It's the same method in which the British were controlling the Chinese in the 1800s.
They open them up.
They doped them up, and every time the Chinese wanted to stop taking opium, they besieged them with the French, and they put their bank in Hong Kong. So this is not our pilot, or it's our bank. City. We own Hong Kong, your major city, and we put our national bank in here. Now all the resources going through us.
Yeah.
And that's how they were controlling China for 50-some years.
And we're going to use our Navy,
yes,
to break.
Yes.
And so we're going to sit back and do blockades.
Yeah.
We're going to sit back here and not allow other countries to do business.
They can't deal with you anymore. We have to control
we squeeze you out. We choke you out.
Yeah.
And you're going to sit back and allow us to run our opium.
Yeah.
Because we're going to sit back and keep the majority of your population doped up and incapacitated. We're going to control commerce and sales.
Yeah.
And we're going to break you through the seas.
Yeah.
This is how you do it.
You control the financial aspect of the country, and you control them with force.
Yep.
If they don't obey it financially, you control them with force and finance. Now you've got the entire country under your
And this is what they're trying to do with Jerusalem.
Yeah.
We got to sit back here and control your financial ability.
Yep.
Let's sit back here. But how do we do that? We got to control the leader.
Yes.
So now we finally fought a guy. We finally found a guy who would take the bribes. Why? Because this guy was ambitious, and he really didn't care about the Hebrew way of life.
He wasn't spiritually present.
And this is why the Most High, if you want to know, for every man who's trying to build his way up in the program, why your life is so hard in your work, the Most High is trying to prove you. Is this guy really serious about serving the Most High? Or is his service to the Lord conditional based on what he can get or gain?
Yeah.
The Most High is looking at us in all those ways. Our job as leaders is to study how men react to adversity. Listen, because we can see it easy. When things don't go your way, how is your service to the Lord?
I'll show up. Do I get the
Are
thing
you
back?
consistent? Listen, and if when things don't go your way, your effort diminishes, then we know you're not ready. Because the truth is, if you get elevated too early, that issue in you is still the same.
Yeah.
My love is conditional. And I'm only going to be here when it benefits me.
Right.
So this is what we, as leaders, we have to just sit back and trust what we see. But just know, you're all being tested to determine, are you really on point just when it benefits you or not? Just keep that in mind.
The checks are there. I believe. If the
okay.
rib is there,
Yeah.
I believe. If the pound the back is there, I believe. If I'm in the position, quote unquote, of glory, whatever people was thinking, if I'm in this star position, this is something not the star position.
Mhm.
And can you grind and have live a thankless life and go to war every day and deal with problems every day? And it's never about you getting some type of adulation, some kind of prop. Are you? Does the work itself fulfill you? If you're not fulfilled by the work, there's a hole in it. And the Most High wants all the men that are going to be leaders that the work of the Most High itself and the service of the Most High itself is the reward.
Yeah. So, with that, where are we at in First Maccabees 16? I think it's verse 20, right? No, let's go to verse 21.
21. It says, now once,
Tell us from that time. After verse 21, let that one take off.
verse 21. Now one had run afore to Gaza and told John that his father and brethren were slain, and, quote he, Ptolemy have sent to slay thee also.
So all he's saying is the Most High put it into somebody to get word to Gaza before Ptolemy's men got to Gaza. And that's truly the mercy of the Lord. So what is the Most High showing us here that we can kind of extract? The Most High is not going to allow us to make decisions that are the wrong decisions. We're going to get stung for making bad decisions. But he doesn't, the Most High still has mercy on us to not let our bad decisions completely collapse the empire. That's what he's showing. He's serious enough not to let us get away with making death-defying mistakes. But the Most High could easily just let Ptolemy's men catch Jonathan and kill him too. He had enough mercy on the nation to keep a person's, give them word quick enough to escape Gaza. What am I trying to say? He doesn't absolve mistakes, but he doesn't completely destroy us as a nation, even though we make mistakes.
The same principle has been going on for generations.
There's enough there to keep us going. He's not going to completely destroy us, but we don't have this force field where we're invincible. We're going to get stung if we make bad choices. But he will keep that window open for us not to get completely annihilated from making a bad choice. It just lets us know we're not invincible. We can't just run around here and just think we can get away with murder and just think we can make any decision and there's no consequence. So, from there, on Thawam, let's get smooth into it. Is this thing charged up?
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm 89%.
You said it charged fast. It's been an hour and a half. Anyway, it wasn't fast.
Tahwan Raka, Shah Shabata, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'al.
Thawam Rakah, Charge of Rakah, Badashah, Bayashra, Mud, Rock, Yahweh Shabbat Shabbat.
Yahweh Shem Yah Shabbat.
I felt some distance on that salute. I was like, I want to hear what you guys feel. I'm messing with you. I had to think a little bit. No, we're good. We're good. I'm trying to keep things light, man. And listen, these stories are kind of scary, man. If we're going to be honest, we're scared. Listen, Simon did a bunch of good. He did great things. He made one mistake.
And
He had to die because of it. And he put his wife and sons in great calamity. Because he sat back and got caught slipping once.
But it shows you how every decision counts.
That's what I'm saying.
Every move counts. Every thought counts.
So we can't just sit back and be cavalier with our decisions. We really
Israel
can't.
does it.
That's why I'm talking about it.
Oh,
Because we're not supermen and superwomen. All of our decisions carry weight. And you can do a bunch of good and make one mistake, and that's it. Anyway, so we got to be very careful about what we say, what we do, and how we carry ourselves. And at least deal with counsel before every endeavor and really attack the intent behind your move. Because when everything is said and done, you better do whatever you can to check your intent, why you do it, and did you thoroughly counsel. Because if you don't do those things, then whatever happens is 100% on you. And you don't want to, listen, it is wise to sit back here and not have to live with the heavy weight of guilt for ruining somebody else's life by making bad decisions and selfish actions that affect you for the rest of their life. You don't want, it's best not to live with it. So if you don't have to live with that, counsel and communicate and really check the intent. So at least you got that debate.
got one scripture?
Yes.
Basic point. Ecclesiastes 15 and verse 15 to 17.
What is it?
Ecclesiastes 15, verse 15 to 17.
Ecclesiastes 15. Okay.
And I'll read. It's a basic.
No. I thought we were good.
Ecclesiastes chapter 15 and verse 15.
Huh?
Shall thou not leave
No,
thy
that's
travail?
15 and verse 15. If thou wilt.
Salah, come. Ecclesiastes chapter 15 and verse 15. If thou wilt to keep the commandments and to perform acceptable faithfulness.
It's about performing acceptable faithfulness, meaning that somebody has to accept our works. The Lord has to accept our actions. He has to accept our decisions. Every decision, every action is still being weighed if he accepts it or not. Read.
He has set fire and water before thee. Stretch forth thy hand unto whether thou wilt.
Fire or water. Two different elements. Two different conditions, two different outcomes. Read.
Before man is life and death.
And to be clarified, it's clarified. Before man is what?
Life and death.
Positive outcomes or negative outcomes. Read.
And whether him liketh shall be given him.
So it behooves us to be thorough in counsel, be thorough in spiritual positive religion, technically, to be thorough in our health, to be thorough in our marital the performances, to be thorough in how we deal with men. Because whatever we like will be what?
Given him.
Given us. I mean, we're subject to our whims and our passions.
And I'm gonna say this: when he said fire and water is before you, there's a similar chapter in Esdras that says there's water and fire next to you. There's a very small, narrow path in front of you. Listen, when you hear water, water isn't this awesome thing. Water is dangerous as hell.
Yeah.
Water is dangerous and powerful. You're in the middle of the ocean, at? You think you got control over your life?
No.
I'll take one.
And you getting them currents, it's over, son. Water is scary.
The mood changes so much.
It's moody, it's temperamental, and it's powerful. Whether it's water, or I was going through this tutorial with my son about fire. He's going through all these details. I'm like, man, fire is crazy. Now, I know, obviously, it's dangerous, but the mood of fire is crazy.
So the same as spirit in the fire.
And
They always say that.
And now there's a spirit in water. So he's saying when you're making decisions, you are in the midst of dangerous waters and a dangerous fire in the midst of making the decision. It's a very fine, thin line between making the right decision and a catastrophic decision. This is why you can't be guided by emotion when you're making decisions. Half of us make the worst decisions in life because we're feeling sad. We make the worst decisions in life because we're angry. We make the worst decisions because there is an emotional pull that's taking us a direction. Maybe, I did it because I was feeling bad. Well, that was a dumb damn reason to do something. How many times do we make decisions because we're depressed? Or we have this concept of sentiment. It's so heavy on us. I'm going to make a sentimental decision that will ruin my life down the line. This is why you have to clear all emotion, all muddy waters out of the picture so you can make a clear spiritual choice. This is why, how do you know your decisions aren't based on sentiment and emotion? This is why iron sharpens iron. You need somebody that you know is going to give you the right counsel, not the counsel you want to hear.
But people hate this. People want to be insulated in their imagination. People want to be insulated in their personal narrative. People want to be insulated by yes people. People want to be insulated by the new conversation is we speak, but we don't judge.
Want to be right?
Everybody likes to be insulated in a non-judgmental environment, but that non-judgmental environment is like quicksand because it looks comforting, it looks normal, it looks like you can stand, but then you end up drowning. But you just drown slow because you can't control the fact that, well, when people judge me, I don't like people judging me because it makes me feel uncomfortable. I feel like they have a problem with me and they never let my past go. But you kind of want people around you that know your past. Your past is a tale. Your past is a pattern. And your past is safety because then you have people that can give you, these are your consistent points of conflict. These are your consistent points of decision making. These are your consistent points of failure. You need people that know your failures and that operate honestly to keep you from destroying yourself. But when you insulate yourself with people that are non-judgmental, when you insulate yourself with people that tell you what you want to hear, when you insulate yourself in an environment that there's no need for critical thinking, it's about the feel good or getting past bad feelings, not solving problems, just getting past bad feelings. A lot of us think that way. Let's not solve the problem. Let's not create a solution. Let's not find a solution. Let's just not feel bad. You're putting yourself in the position to drown or to burn up, because that's still operating in the spirit of drunkenness. I know Rashad went a couple of years back, maybe a year ago, had a class about being drunk in the spirit. And people in religion think drunk in the spirit is that hallelujah, hallelujah, Christ is in me, hallelujah, start dancing, drunk in the spirit.
Or you're literally drunk.
Well, they're literally drunk. But what is drunk in the spirit? You had a whole class about that, right?
Come. And on that point, give me Ezekiel chapter 44 and verse 6, because part of that drunkenness, so what we were talking about holiness and why would Simon choose to let this carnal, obviously contrary man so close, whether it be Mary or Mary his daughter off to him, etc. What the Most High has also been showing us, and he's been warning us about this in the time of Ezekiel. Give me Ezekiel 44 and verse 6, and then I might give me Colossians 2 and verse 11 real quick. Because part of the evaluation process that was skipped, that a lot of times throughout the story of Israel is always skipped, is the people that were put in control of the nation had these consistent flaws. So read that in verse 6 real quick. And also going to show us why we kept getting stung as a nation over and over and over. Generation after leadership kept getting stung. We missed these flaws. Read on verse 6.
Ezekiel, right?
Ezekiel 44 and verse 6 first.
Ezekiel chapter 44 and verse 6.
And read on to 7.
And thou shalt say to the rebellion, even to the house of Israel, thus saith the Lord power, O ye house of Israel, let it suffice you of all your abominations.
Meaning, accept the punishment for the actions you've done. What were the actions that Israel as a nation kept doing continuously? What was something that we kept doing as a nation we agreed upon that was acceptable as a nation? Read on.
In that ye have brought into my sanctuary strangers.
What he's explaining is we have a habit of bringing contrary forces into our sanctuary, contrary mentalities into our sanctuary, contrary perspectives, weak perspectives into our leadership. Because it's not just talking about nations. We're going to clarify. Keep reading.
Uncircumcised in heart.
That's Israel. From the beginning, we've been uncircumcised in heart. Give me Colossians 2 and verse 11 real quick. Because Paul talking about the same concept.
Colossians 2 and 11. In whom also ye are circumcised with the circumcision made without hands.
This is the concept, the argument that Paul was having with the Israelites, the Pharisees, the Sadducees during the time of Christ. You guys are parading around literally circumcised, but spiritually, you're still contrary. Spiritually, you're still sinning. Spiritually, you don't really agree with Christ. Keep reading.
In putting off the body of the sins of the flesh by the circumcision of Yahushua.
Because true circumcision is I stop sinning. Not just my outward appearance, not just what the body sees every day. My secret faults become less and less and less. This is one you read in Ecclesiastes 17. I'm not going to pull it. It talks about what the Most High wants from us is to offend less. That's how you know you're growing or you're becoming circumcised in the heart. If you're in Christ, then you take your sins, you keep working on it.
So you're saying that if we're looking at the economy, there's a trend, a dimension.
There should be a downward trend of sins.
Not a trend of...
Not an upward sin, or no, it shouldn't be maintained.
Yeah.
I mean, the more I grow, the more responsibility the Most High has given me, the more downward that trend goes.
Well, let me explain
Yes.
how that trend diminishes real quick, because it is not the removal of the sin necessarily in general. It is how long one can sustain without making that mistake.
Yes.
You know a person's growing when their pattern of misbehaving starts to get longer before the fault. If a person has a problem with their words, and being disrespectful with their words.
Yes.
You'll know a person, and they'll start breaking down after a week or two, and you can see that habit.
Okay. What's your tendency?
But then you'll know a person's growing when that tendency extends from every 2 weeks
Yes.
to every month.
Exactly.
Then it goes to this person ain't flipped in 2 months.
Same
Wrong.
flaw,
The same flaw.
but less
Consistent.
Frequent. Less frequent.
less frequency
And-
of that flaw.
but then as a teacher,
Less
as a
intensity.
brother or a husband, or as a mother watching their children, you have to be able to sit back here and understand there's different flaws in each person and different mechanisms that falter in each person. And can I sit back here and say this person is growing here, but they're the same here.
Okay.
They've elongated their ability to fight in this battle, but they keep slipping in this battle. This is how you have to be able to judge and rate everybody you work with.
Yeah.
This is why you can't just sit back here and be dapping and smiling and cheesing and monkeying around with people. You have to show love, work with people, but be able to study their habits, not negatively. You're not sitting back here and studying people to throw it back in their face, but you have to properly be able to judge and understand people so you can properly quantify if they're on point or not.
But if you're not cognizant and aware of your own fallibilities, you will have a blind spot of people that have similar fallibilities.
These are all facts. This is why a man cleaves to his life. But that's not necessarily a good thing. Because unless you're cleaving to somebody that has given themselves to as much discipline as you have. Because if I'm picking people who have the same blind spot as me, then we're all screwed.
Sometimes we even blind.
Then it's over. Then they'll all fall into a ditch. I didn't want to take away from your point. I just want to expand on that point.
And you're 100% right, because this is what Paul was trying to instill in us. He was trying to instill, once you've received the Spirit, quote unquote, you receive the inspiration of Christ to read, to study, to counsel, to be in class, there should be a changing of tendency. There should be a changing of a mentality. You should start developing a conscience. That Christ-like conscience, that the TV show, the spiritual man on the right side and the devil on the left side, the devil should be getting smaller and smaller the more you're in the work.
And it's with that, first of all, none of us are in the Spirit.
God,
None of us
got
have
the
been
Spirit.
gifted
No,
the Holy Spirit, because if that was the case, we wouldn't have any flaw.
it would be sinful.
Or we'd be in complete control of our action.
God.
And because of that, who should you be aligning yourself with to protect yourself from yourself?
God.
Because that's something that if we were operating spiritually, we do.
God.
You have to align yourself with people that don't have that same blind spot as you spiritually. This is where the opposites work.
God.
This is when aligning yourself with people that are spiritually opposite is necessary. I need a guy like Dawiyad that can sit back here and see BS in a man that I might sit back here and might not see the same level of BS. I need a person that might see my BS when I might not see it in myself. You need that kind of brotherhood. You need those type of relationships where people can see something that's inside of you that you don't see yourself. And then the same concept, vice versa, but for him. I got to be able to see things in him that he might not be able to see. That's how we stay on top of each other.
Yeah.
That's how you save your spirit from falling and from failure.
Yeah.
If you don't have that, I might say, yeah, man, I think this brother should be ranked up. No, man, look at what this person's doing. You can't, what about this? What about that? This is what we do all the time. We have to all be agreed with who gets promoted next. Because you have to have somebody that sees it in a different way to challenge your thinking. You can't sit back. And what I mean by challenging, you got to show me some scripture to show me why my way of looking at things is wrong. You got to show me a spiritual insight that can challenge mine.
It can't be hunches. It can't.
Well, I used to like how he looked at me.
It can't
be that.
It can't be frequencies and stuff like that. Like sometimes people.
It can't be this vibe and all that. I don't like the vibe, son.
Because a lot of people go off of vibe, And you know
Can't
what?
do that, bro.
Sometimes vibes can be true. Let's not lie and say the vibes aren't real.
But you can't trust
you can't
somebody.
base your whole life on decision making based off vibes. You have to have concrete.
And you have to have concrete evidence, and you have to be able to sit back and track a man for months, weeks, months, and years to sit back and have a better evaluation of where somebody's at.
Yeah.
Can I study? Have I seen you over a period of time to determine where you're at? And then make a decision accordingly. Or am I going off of a feel today? I ain't like how this person looked today. You can't do that.
Or I felt good about this person's performance for a month.
Got it.
Because that happens too. People call them falling stars. Some people shine really bright, and they're bright and shiny, and they're glaring, and they're resilient for maybe like 2 months.
Yep.
And then the rest of the 10 months of the year, they're uninspired.
Yep.
You can get thrown off by just the 2 months. You have to look. You have to call it a wide lens. You have to have a wide lens.
But the lens can't be wide if you have a bunch of hiccups in you.
Yeah.
It still goes back into what Ezekiel's talking about and having the ability to overcome these abominations yourself so you can make proper judgment. I don't want
that's why I love the point last time I brought out about the circumcising of the flesh. Because people look at it as just breaking laws, but the flesh is things that
It's the process. To uncircumcise or to have a circumcised heart is what process are you putting yourself under? What you guys mentioned was a person who has this mentality is humble enough to surround himself with individuals to critique them. It's not just coming to the class, not just reading the scriptures. I'm building an environment that is producing a spiritual result.
So, Elisha, is it safe to say that when you get a certain rank, that there's no more battles, there's no more having to be under that type of scrutiny?
It gets higher. It gets higher. The more responsible. This is what was missing in Ezekiel.
Listen, think about Simon. That one mistake could have cost the entire nation.
Exactly.
What people don't understand is the reason a younger man's decisions are scrutinized so hard and brothers are so hard on one another is because if you don't teach a man at an early age to be cautious about his moves, the stakes are higher as you get older and more responsible. You make the wrong mistake, wrong financial decision. You give the wrong counsel. You can ruin lives.
Exactly.
So when you're younger, you might ruin yours.
Yeah.
That's you. You make that dumb decision. When you get higher in rank, you have people's lives are in your hands.
And this is why the Most High was addressing the entire nation of Israel. To let your abominations suffice you. You got to live with the mistakes of a couple individuals that you promoted, that you were vouching for, that you believed in, that you followed, knowing they had these obvious flaws, knowing they weren't uncircumcised in the heart, knowing that they didn't want to serve the Most High, whether they were strangers literally or Israelites that had a strange heart.
Yeah. Or if you didn't know, then why didn't you know?
Exactly.
Well, if you didn't know they had these issues, because I can't say Simon knew this guy had these issues, but why didn't you know?
Because Israel's surface. No, Israel's. I like to say these things, but it's not always true. Their number one flaw, which is not true because there's a lot of flaws, but one of Israel's prevalent issues, it's a better term, is Israel is one-dimensional and surface in their assessments of people and themselves.
And we'll go on to that after you finish it. I got something in Ecclesiastes 6 that needs to go on top of your.
Let's go back to Ezekiel 44 and verse 7.
Ezekiel chapter 44 and verse 7. In that ye have brought into my sanctuary strangers, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh.
Unproven.
They were unproven individuals. Their works weren't proven long enough to determine. It's the same concept with Moses.
Yep.
Well, Moses had Joshua. Why was Joshua proven? Why was he given the title the next man?
40 years.
Because, well, first of all, before the 40 years kicked in, he sat back here and earned it on the battlefield.
Exactly.
He sat back here and led the men in battle, and the entire nation saw this dude. This dude got believed.
He cared.
And first of all, this dude had courage.
God.
It starts. I don't know if you ever realize it starts with courage.
Yes.
The great ones. It was Joshua. Hell, even John Hyrcanus showed he was the most valiant.
Exactly.
Let's look up valiant in 1828 real quick. What makes a man valiant? For every knucklehead that don't think they got to follow to get leadership. That ain't what the Bible says. Because everybody, before they became a head, were valiant or courageous. Let's do number 2.
Valiant. 1828, Webster's Dictionary. Valiant. Number 2, brave, courageous, intrepid in danger, heroic.
What you got?
I got another one. Valiant. It describes a person who possesses or shows courage and determination, especially in the face of danger or difficult situations.
You have to be able to show that a man has the capacity to stand up in the face of loss and adversity.
Okay.
If you can't do that, you can't be the top guy. You can't lead. What does that mean? When everybody is facing loss, somebody has to stand up and say, I don't care, come hell or high water, I'm going to stand up for what's right regardless. If you can't show that, you can't even begin to sit back here and show the body around you and the Most High that you're capable of more. Joshua showed that.
Yep.
Caleb showed it. Caleb showed it. Well, listen, in war, then they showed it in the midst of fighting the giants. They said we can win.
David showed it.
But the funny thing is, 10 other men said we couldn't win.
The grasshopper.
And they said we can't handle it.
Yep.
They didn't have the holy perspective necessary to lead the nation. Jambres, Moses, the guys that were contrarians to Moses.
Yeah, that was Dathan and Korah.
Dathan and Korah, they didn't have because their perspective.
They had all the other physical things.
Yeah, they're a primary example biblically of the same thing we're reading right now.
Yeah, the uncircumcised heart. Because they're the ones that are pushing the concept of Egypt was our land of milk and honey.
Yeah.
Our slavery, we were working 10-day shifts consistently. We were getting killed like it was nothing. When our firstborns were getting wiped out. That was our land of milk and honey. That was our glory land. I don't want to trip. I don't want to take a chance on this idea.
Were they really under some type of circumcision process?
No, but their mindset was just that contrary to Moses.
Yep.
They couldn't see what was waiting for them. They couldn't see, you know what? We might have to go to war for 10, 20 years. We might have to lose a little vote. At the end, not only you, but your generations will have something great.
But what are we saying? All we're saying is, if you don't show these capabilities and traits, you shouldn't get moved up.
Okay.
But the issue in Ezekiel 44 are these people are uncircumcised in the heart, literally uncircumcised in the flesh.
Yep.
And their heart matches their uncircumcision in the flesh. But continue. Read on.
To be in my sanctuary, to pollute it, even my house.
Meaning these individuals have authority in the house. They have persuasion over the people, which is going to advertently do what? Persuade the people to tap into their contrary mentality. This is what the Most High was warning us not to do from the very beginning.
Last week we went into it about how when Nehemiah came back from Persia, that I think it was Eleazar Eliashib, the high priest, sat back here and did a deal with Tobias to bring him in and had gave him a suite at the temple. And then when Nehemiah saw it, he threw all of Tobias's stuff out of the building and said, "No, get this guy out of it." And then, but the problem is when Nehemiah left, what they do?
Again.
Okay, Tobias, you can go back in there and get it.
Because he had the trait that the people favored, like Saul.
Exactly.
Saul, people, man, Saul, look at him, he got them shoulders, he got them, he got them shack shoulders.
Or it was bread.
Yeah.
Listen, Tobias' money was strong.
Yeah.
It was really about money and influence. Let's get back to the point. So keep going back in your point, Ezekiel.
Let's finish verse 7 and we'll jump to 12.
When ye offer my bread, the fat and the blood, and they have broken my covenant because of all your
They're
abominations.
doing the services of the Lord with their hearts contrary. Then what happened is they started serving gods. Jump to verse 12. They started serving their idols, contrary belief systems.
Verse 12. Because they ministered unto them before their idols.
Now we're going to read the consequence of these actions. Now we're going to read the consequence of putting people in positions of authority, of influence, when they haven't circumcised their heart yet, when they're contrary mentality. What was going to happen as a curse continuously throughout our history because of this? Read on.
And cause the house of Israel to fall into iniquity.
We were going to fall into iniquity. We were going to fall back into our old ways. And then what was the Most High going to do? Read.
Therefore have I lifted up my hand against them, saith the Lord Yahweh, and they shall bear their iniquity.
And what we're going to read as a story is the consequence of his action of Simon putting this contrary man, this uncircumcised man in heart or flesh, close to him is now we're going to be divided as a nation from henceforth. That's all I'm doing.
With that, go to Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha, chapter 6, verse 7 through 13. And this shows us also about, the scripture says that marrying your daughter off is a weighty matter. It's weighty because that decision affects not just your daughter, but your grandchildren and every. It's a weighty matter because of how significant it is and the effect it has down the line with everybody that you love.
Did we have in the time period when we were going into Kings, this guy running this Babylonian woman?
Well, that was Jehoshaphat. Well, Jehoshaphat, the king of the south, had an alliance, an unnatural alliance with King Ahab of north. And King Ahab's wife was Jezebel.
Yeah.
And Jezebel and King Ahab had a daughter. I think her name was Athaliah. Jehoshaphat, his son, he allowed Jehoshaphat had his son marry Athaliah. She came down to the south, and that was the beginning of the fall of the southern kingdom. Because what ended up happening is Athaliah convinced Jehoshaphat's son to murder all his brothers.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, everything started falling apart there. And then Athaliah, Jehoshaphat's son ended up dying shortly after he kills his brothers. Athaliah was in power, and she was trying to eliminate the entire seed of David.
Yeah.
In one swoop. All this because the father Jehoshaphat, who had a great kingdom, just couldn't accept not to do this alliance with Ahab's daughter because she was negative and she was tied into that idolatrous way. A lot of things can fall apart this way, but go to Ecclesiastes 6 and 7. Let's read this.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 7. If thou wouldest get a friend.
Listen, what we have to understand is if we're going to build with you in a camp setting, in a church setting, as family, you're still proving a friend. Simon, he put this guy in position in Jericho. The goal would be to have a friend in Christ or a friend in the Most High with this promotion. But if you're going to get a friend in the Most High in Christ, there's a certain way that you have to carry yourself to prove the friend. Read on.
Prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
Listen, you can't be quick to give somebody props just because they can do a little whoop-de-whoop. This is the truth. You can't just listen. The cream rises to the top. But just because you have a person who's a fast starter, that doesn't mean they're going to finish and endure the long haul. And you can't be quick to give credit to somebody because they can sit back here and go through a few obstacles. Obviously, Ptolemy had skills and had managerial and leadership skills. He came from money. He was established. But just because he had those natural talents doesn't mean he had what it took to be trusted. Read on.
It says, for some man is a friend for his own occasion.
And this is why you have to look at a person and say, listen, this person might have abilities and talents, and he's showing that to me, but maybe he's doing it just because he wants something out the deal. What's the point? You might have talent, but is your talent and your motivation and intention pure? Is your path and why, put it this way, you might have talents and abilities, but the motivation behind the use of your talents and abilities hasn't been proven yet. So you have to sit back here and see a person, what they're capable of doing, but time tells you that the use of their talent, was it used the right way? Or was it used to this benefit you? Only time can determine it.
This is scripture that goes to that point.
Okay.
Proverbs 28, verse 21. Proverbs 28 and verse 21.
Okay.
Proverbs chapter 28 and verse 21. To have respect of persons.
To have respect of persons. Right? Read.
Is not good.
It's not good. Another terminology for respect of persons is cult of personality. People are more caught up into cult of personality and persona than spiritual premise, spiritual trait, virtues, and time again, trustworthy actions based off of biblical spiritual conscience. Having the right Christ-like mentality and having the spiritual traits time and time again. We're caught up in the cult of personality. We're caught up in the acceptance of person or persona. Because these days, people just put some pictures on Facebook and you believe that.
Yeah.
People these days right here can have a curated social program online and this guy's the one. You gotta have some
People are just really in tune with how to communicate to people socially.
Exactly. There's people that have serpent tongues or silver tongue, and they're just skillful with wording and they're skillful with presentation, but you can't see past the wording and the presentation. Or we eat good food together, we barbecue together, we drink beers together. These aren't always reasons to prove people. These are just things that we enjoy doing together.
But sometimes a person might have a real skill with communication, but they're poor workers. But the good worker is horrible with their communication.
That happens all the time.
And a lot of times the person that's a horrible communicator, he's overlooked.
Yeah.
The person that's a horrible people person is a great worker.
Or there's a person that's extremely honest and their words are kind of, what's the term for it? Abrasive. And there's one that's just the crier. You always want the crier versus the abrasive speaker. Who's right, who's wrong? Or the silent person.
And the silent person, a lot of times, is worse. Because they don't tell you what the problem is.
And they hide their intention.
They hide the intent.
More skillful than the person that's brash and abrasive with their wording.
That's the low-hanging fruit.
But the person's abrasive with their wording is just more offensive. But doesn't mean that they're more wicked. Mm-hmm. You're judging wickedness off of
how they make you feel.
And that's why we make bad decisions. All right? So to have respect of persons is what?
Is not good.
Read on. Why?
For a piece of bread that man will transgress.
For what?
For a piece of bread.
Not the whole loaf. Just for a crumb.
And this is what Ptolemy did. This guy, whether he was a Jew or not, was going to throw away 30 years of dedication for some coins.
Yeah.
For a Happy Meal, like Kanye said.
Yeah.
He's going to throw it away, throw the whole nation away. Just for a few years in power. That's how messed up it is. Well, keep going.
But that piece of bread, the question we would have to ask is, what is your proverbial piece of bread? Is your piece of bread attention? Will you throw away all the truth and all the righteousness and all the disciplines away for some attention? Will you throw away for somebody to give you a pound on the back? Will you throw away for an off day? People throw away for $5 a month. All the time. People throw away everything they've worked for $500
$500 a month.
$500 a month, not counting tax.
These are hot facts. Hot facts.
Just listen. So everybody has the potential in them to make a bad decision based off of something they want. But what does Christ teach? Christ teaches constant self-denial. And this is how you know the spiritual person and the carnal person. The carnal person has they have an issue with self-denial. They dislike self-denial. But the righteous person rejoices in self-denial.
But the issue is this, and I want to kind of get, because we saying
we're going back to our point.
The point is this. But it's shame on us for not picking up on the person whose intention is wrong. It's our responsibility. People are going to gaslight and hype up and lie and create this false narrative. It's our job to get past that and see the real person. And the only way to see the real person is to allow time to determine what spirit you're in. It's the only solution.
True.
So let's continue in Ecclesiastes 6.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6.
Wait.
This out as well.
Keep going.
Would you want to read again there?
Read verse 7.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
Just because you can check a few boxes for a short period of time doesn't mean you're ready to lead. And it doesn't mean you're going to be allowed to bring in and learn intimate secrets. Read on.
For some man is a friend for his own occasion.
So what it is sometimes people are on point because they want something out the deal. So if they want something out the deal, you have to allow a person to do this work long enough to where they prove that it's not about the benefit. Listen, look at the Maccabees. Most High was like, before I give these men anything, they're going to have to suffer in this swamp, and be whittled down in numbers to lower than 2,000 men for multiple occasions before I believe them, before I begin to believe them. But what ends up happening? Simon gets on top. And then this is the scary thing also about leadership. Once things are stable, how can you determine if a person is really on the right spirit? It's almost harder. It's very hard to determine a person's heart if there's no big battle, if there's no big scenario for a person to prove themselves. So it's even a harder challenge. So now that Judas, Jonathan, and Simon did all the heavy lifting, how can you prove the next level of men that's going to face these battles? It's very hard to prove them. So now you have to get even more intricate to determine, is this guy totally really ready to take the position in Jericho? There's a problem. Maybe that guy had more maturity than his two sons. What do you do? It's just something to think about. But let's continue.
For some man is a friend for his own occasion, and will not abide in the day of thy trouble.
So how do you prove a friend if trouble hasn't arisen significant enough? You have to wait until a tough time comes to determine if a person is valuable enough. That's for a wife or a brother. So that means you have to have the ability to respect a person, but you really can't call this brother or wife really down for you until he or she has to lose for you. You really don't know what you got. And what I mean for you, for the work. You don't really know what you got until men have to put it on the line every day. You don't know what kind of wife you got until life everything that she does every day is a hell. That's how you know you got a wife. When everything is crap and she's still hanging in there fighting, that's how you know you got a winner. But you don't really know until life turns upside down. Now you know what you got. But can you sit back here and accept that? I'm going to work with you and deal with you and wait till the time comes to where life can prove it. Life has to prove it before promotion comes.
Confirmation.
And before promotion comes, life has to show, trouble has to hit this person. And life has to show, is this woman or is this brother going to keep doing the work when things don't work out for them? And if they can do that for a period of time, then you know they're justified to get the promotion. Until then, you can't get the promotion because you don't know the intent. Because a person, you don't know if a person loves you or the work until they commit when it's not beneficial. That's the answer. And then if you can see that long enough, then you know you got to win.
Listen, some people, I won't make it a long point. Certain people are a certain caliber of urgency and dedication and clarity when there's the benefit of the job or the position. But how does this person operate when they don't have that position? They don't have those benefits. Are you two different people?
Listen, to be a good wife, you have to realize you have to be a great servant. But a great servant, you can tell you got a great servant when they serve, when they don't get nothing out of it. That's when you had a great servant. We're servants for the Lord. You know you have a good servant in Christ when he can sit back here and work and commit and give and not get anything out of the deal and be okay with it. That's how you prove a friend. Time. Read on.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6 and verse 9. And there is a friend who being turned to enmity and strife will discover thy reproach.
And it's also another way you can expose who's real and who's not. Will a person sit back here when he sees or she sees a little slippage in how you do things? Are they going to throw it in your face? Are they going to throw your flaw in your face if they see a little slippage? When you see a person throwing things in your face with a little slippage, you know you don't have a person you can trust. You know that the trust is limited. When as soon as you sit back here and they see a slight slip, they're ready to cut you off or call you out or bring out your flaw. That's just a little indicator to let you know what kind of person you got. Because a friend is going to sit back here and at least have the capacity to see all the overwhelming good and not to let a little slippage get in the way of respect. That's how you know what kind of person you got. Read on.
Verse 10. Again, some friend is a companion at the table.
A lot of times, he says again, because it was talked about in verse 8. Some people are only locked in when they're getting something out the deal. And you have to be able to let time determine if a person's actions are based upon gain or the principle of it. Yeah. Read on.
And will not continue in the day of thy affliction.
And that's the point.
That's the real point.
And that's how you determine even how you rank up people and give people position. Are they in it for the power or they're in it for the love of the work? That's what you have to figure out.
But affliction and adversity are the real determining factors that show, or at least give you the eyes to see it.
At least if you can go through this, you have a better chance of not getting done like Simon was done. Continue.
But in thy prosperity, he will be as thyself.
And this is what's happening with Simon. And Simon's prosperity, Ptolemy is just like him. He's on his side. He's with them because Simon is prosperous. You can't determine a caliber of man when things are going good. You just don't know. You can only trust and build trust during adversity. Read on.
And will be bold over thy servant.
He'll be bold defending you to your servant when things are going good. Read on.
If thou be brought low, he will be against thee.
And this is what's happening.
Character change.
Exactly. When things aren't going your way and his way, are they going to back you? That's how you know where a person's heart is at.
That's how you know you're a lick. You're a lick or option of object of benefit, like a job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm down with this job.
Yeah.
They paying like this supposed to.
Yeah.
But if the company goes under a little bit, checks go low a little bit, and things don't work out. Hey, do something. I got to go to Walmart now. Come to Walmart. Sam Walton's doing it right now.
I'm wearing blue instead of blue.
He was at H&D for 10 years. I think he's out for the Walmart. What?
I'm letting that red go. I'm letting that blue on. Like, damn, dog.
It just shows.
You push it sides like that?
Listen, it just shows that person or situation was an object.
I think that's a down thing to go to the bus. I don't think they pay the same.
They don't, but I'm just using the example.
I know.
I think H&D is better. They actually care about their employees a little bit. Walmart.
Yeah.
But the whole point is, are people around you objects of benefit, or are they people you're ready to ride or die? Are they ready to ride or die for you? That's what Christ looking at for his servants and leaders for Israel. Same premise.
So let's continue.
He will be against thee, and will hide himself from thy face.
Read on.
Separate thyself from thine enemy.
So what he's saying is once you figure out if this person is with you just for their benefit, once they prove that when things go bad, they're not the same, he says separate yourself from the enemy. So what does that mean? That means I can't promote them high in the first place until you see how they act when you're brought low or the condition brings them low. Once that's revealed, then you can determine if a person's your enemy or not. Read on.
And take heed of thy friends.
What does it mean? Take heed of your friends. You still got to study them. You still got to keep an eye on if they're maintaining the principles that both of y'all have agreed to. Because we're still tied as brothers and friends based on our what? Our desire to serve the Most High. That's what the bond is about. And the truth is we can never lose track of that. I've seen brothers, connections with brothers go south, sisters too, because all of a sudden it's not about the work anymore. And that's the time that brothers and friendships should go left and should go opposite. Because our bonds in this truth are about Christ. So if one group, one set of people want to sit back and not maintain the intensity, then the friendship will diminish because of it. Anyway, we're just trying to give some insight about what could have been done on Simon's end to circumvent this situation. Now let's go back to verse 21 in 1 Maccabees chapter 16.
1 Maccabees chapter 16 and verse 21. Now one had run a ford to Gaza and told John that his father and brethren were slain. And quoth he, Ptolemy hath sent to slay thee also.
Read on.
Hereof, when he heard, he was sore astonished.
He was shocked. It came out of nowhere that his brother-in-law killed his father. Read on.
So he laid hands on them that were come to destroy him.
What's crazy is he didn't even run. He waited till them boys came down and manhandled those dudes. Normally a person would just leave and run for their life. He said, no, I'm gonna murk these dudes, take them out, and then head to Jerusalem. Read on.
And slew them, for he knew that they sought to make him away.
Come. Read on.
As concerning the rest of the acts of John and his wars and worthy deeds which he made and his doings, behold, these are written in the chronicles of his priesthood, from the time he was made high priest after his father.
Now don't forget, and this is where Josephus comes in, because Josephus is of the what? Priestly line. So what Josephus is, when he's going over the histories, he's going over all the records of the Levite priests before him. And this is why the Josephus is not the Bible. And we're not going to act, we've never have talked about the Josephus like the Bible, because it's not.
It's an historical reference.
But it gives you historical reference, and that's what we're dealing with on Sabbath is history. We're not going to extract concepts from the Josephus like it's gospel, but it's important to know your history. And Josephus gives us the clearest version of history next to the Bible that we can find. I never forget this story about how this monk wrote the book of the devil.
That was about
The Devil's Bible.
Yeah.
And the story goes like, there was this monk that was like off and messed up, and he was going to get killed.
behind that. It was right.
He made some mistakes, and he was going to get killed in morning time. And he made a deal while he was in jail that if he wrote a book that was so impactful, he would be spared. So he's in his cell block. It had to have been a small space. And he's praying, he's praying. He's praying from the afternoon to the nighttime. He wasn't getting no answers. This page was empty. The page was empty on his book. Then he started praying to the other guy.
Yeah, writer's block.
But listen, this is a true story. He's praying to the Lord, and he wasn't getting answered. Then I guess it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and he starts praying to the other guy. This is the truth. He prays to the other guy, and all of a sudden, I don't know what time in the olden days people would get up in the morning. I would guess when the cock crows. That's around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, right? So from 2 a.m., 2, 3 o'clock in the walk, it's late night. Until 5, 6 in the morning, he had like a 1,500, 2,000 page book came out of nowhere. Ooh. And the funny thing is, the handwriting was perfect. It was colored in gold ink. Certain, the old writing would have like the first letter would be like in this bigger gold letter, and then they would have smaller writings. Right. It was an immaculate handwriting and penmanship. And they had a painting in the middle of it of this demon like this. It was a picture. The book is in a museum in Europe.
It's sweet.
And the book, he's like this. There's a devil in the middle, like And in the book, though, the book had the Bible, the Apocrypha, and the Josephus,
All in one.
and a book and different books of science in the mix of it.
But animals.
It was science and animals. That's what I'm saying. But my point is, he was looking for a book that will sit back here and benefit mankind and give them everything they need to stabilize their life. And everything you needed was the Bible, the Apocrypha, and the Josephus, and some just information about science.
But animals, yeah.
That's all you needed. That's why, listen, and I said, my God. And it was written, the thing, what they say is, when any human being writes anything, you're going to see a variation in penmanship over a period of time.
Right.
It says the writing had no variation. It was legit. Think about the writing of the entire Bible and the Josephus and the Apocrypha. I'm looking at the Josephus. How many pages we got in Josephus? In my Josephus. We are in over 600 pages. 600 Apocrypha Josephus pages. The Bible is in 1,000. I'm close to 2,000. So then you got the Apocrypha, who's in the
156.
Yeah. Listen, all that in a night, and the penmanship doesn't change, and you got time to put colors in there and put color ink in there. How does that happen? And there's no variation in the writing.
Yeah, it's in the matrix.
Well, no, that's not that's the demon. That's hanging out with Diablo for the night.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. So he provides the book. And he provides the book.
That's what the devil too believes.
Listen, the devils do believe. Listen, look it up if you think I'm lying. The book, that was the story of the book. And you know what? They didn't kill him.
He had his life.
He saved it, but he probably had to pay for it in like 20 more years. He had to pay for it somehow. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the Josephus is an important historical bridge that you need to tie in the arena that the Bible verses don't give it to. So now we're here in First Maccabees, the end of First Maccabees 16. Now we're going to be bouncing in the Wars of the Jews and the Josephus and the Antiquities of the Jews. The Wars of the Jews gives you a quicker annotated version of the stories that the Antiquities of the Jews gives you. We're going to go into just enough of the information in the Josephus to bridge to Christ in Matthew. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So what we're going to do now, let's go to Josephus, book 8. Let's book 13. Book 13.
War of the Jews.
No, we're going to go on Antiquities. Antiquities, book 13, chapter 7, paragraph 4. Then we're going to jump to chapter 8.
Yeah. Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 7, paragraph 4, line 228, page 350.
All right.
Now he was ruler of the Jews in all 8 years.
This is Simon Dassey. Read on.
But at a feast came to his end. It was caused by the treachery of his son-in-law, Ptolemy, who caught also his wife and 2 of his sons and kept them in bond.
And this is that's the difference that you're getting in First Maccabee. First Maccabee, it said the mother and the sons were killed. Josephus is letting you know that the mother and the sons were captive. And that makes more sense because back in those days, you need them as leverage to protect you in case something goes wrong. They did the same thing to John. Remember they had Jonathan hostage and Simon had to sit back and give Trypho a bunch of money. And he said, give us money and let's trade Jonathan's sons for Jonathan. When Simon gave Trypho Jonathan's sons, he kept Jonathan and took the sons with them and later on executed all 3 of them. So this is what the Greeks did, is maintain leverage by keeping your family member. Okay, so mom, 2 sons are hostage. Simon was dead. Read on.
He also sent some some to kill John, the third son, whose name was Hyrcanus. But the young man perceived them coming. He avoided the danger he was in from them, and made haste into the city Jerusalem, as relying on the goodwill of the multitude, because of the benefits they had received from his father.
So he ends up killing the people coming in to Gaza. He takes them out and he rushes to Jerusalem because Jerusalem was the most fortified city in the region. And if you can get there, you can shut everybody off, hunker down, and reestablish them. By the time he got to Jerusalem, or from his roads from Gaza to Jerusalem, the people looked after him because Simon looked after them. So Simon's good works and his good deeds protected Jonathan to get him from A to B. Read on.
And because of the hatred the same multitude bare for Ptolemy, so that when Ptolemy was endeavoring to enter the city by another gate, they drove him away, as having already admitted Hyrcanus.
Okay, so what happened is they let Hyrcanus in, and then they didn't let Ptolemy in. And that was the Most High sparing Simon, sparing Jonathan, and pretty much Simon's mistake was on him, but the nation still had a chance to survive. So now we're going to go chapter 13, paragraph 8. I'm sorry, chapter 13, book 13, chapter 8, paragraph 1. Next page, well, I don't know, mine has the next page. We're going to read just the first portion of the writing. So let's keep going.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 8, paragraph 1.
So just a real quick thing, before we go there, I just want to sit back here and explain that Mattathias, the father of the sons, reigned for a year, and he died. And it was from 167 BC to 166 BC. Then Judas had a run for 6 years, from 166 BC to 160 BC. Jonathan reigned from 160 BC to 142 BC. That was a run 18 years. And then Simon reigned for 8 years, from 142 BC to 134 BC. So if we're going to look at the whole total time that Mattathias and his sons ran this movement, it was approximately 33 years. It took 33 years for the Most High to finally give us sovereignty after the 5 to 10 years of moral decays with Jason and Menelaus. Why am I saying that? When Israel sins, the Most High will always defend us. And we have a chance to fix the mistakes that have been made. But it takes time, man. It took 30 years of wars for the Most High to say, okay, I'll let you guys come back into power again. 30 years of wars, 30 plus years of wars, because 2 leaders decided to go left. It was just 2 leaders. It was Jason and Menelaus. Everything went left. As Jason wasn't even allowed to reign for a long time. Menelaus is the one that reigned for a long time. So it was really one guy, long reign, caused us to have to fight tooth and nail for 33 years to get back on top. Lets you know how one sinner destroyed what?
Much good.
That's how it's destroyed. Because you have to work that much harder to catch back up and get back in the Most High's good graces for the Most High to look at us in the right spirit. Just keep that in mind. And we should walk around here with more pressure on ourselves, knowing that, hey, if I screw this up, the next man has so much more work to put into to keep it going, or just to reestablish it. I look at the work we had to put in to sit back and reestablish things. It took 7 years of bust tail work to get neutral again. 7 years.
Not to move forward.
No, not to move forward, but to get neutral.
Out of the pit.
Well, I'm going to say to get back what we had before we lost the building.
Yeah.
7 years of dedication. Just to be neutral, to see what we do next week. That's a lot of work and sweat because of weakness. Just be conscious of that when you're running your home, when you're leading brothers, that when you start sitting back here and there's slippage in you, the work it takes to reestablish it is a long haul. That should hopefully inspire us and motivate us to stay on top of ourselves. Okay, so now, 30 years of fighting. Now what is John Hyrcanus going to do when he has a chance to do right? And is he going to maintain the leadership and maintain the stability, or is he going to fall apart? Let's go there. Book 13, chapter 8, paragraph 1.
All right, page 350. Reading. Hyrcanus receives the high priesthood and ejects Ptolemy out of the country. Antiochus makes war against Hyrcanus and afterwards makes a league with him.
Okay, I don't want to read that anymore because it's going to tell people the story.
We know the end.
I don't want to be
I don't want to read it anymore.
Come on, man.
I thought that was a reading.
Next time, just skip over that. Now listen, because it kind of kills the movie, I get what I'm saying, it kind of kills the movie. It's like certain spoiler alerts kind of kill the vibe. Don't this. I'm just like everybody know. You don't say the middle part. It was my no. Y'all should be eating popcorn. What's next? What is he gonna do? Like remember, what is he gonna do? Batman? Are they gonna get through this situation? Is the Joker gonna get him this time? Who knows? You have to stay tuned and watch it next week. You not know. Anyway. Listen, man, when you watch it, you kind of vibing with it. So listen, scratch it. Nobody knows what happened. You don't know. We're still here. We're watching. Right on. I'm not gonna lie to you. When we get into this, it hits hard. They didn't give you this was okay because what it goes into is it's uncomfortable. You're gonna read about some moral decisions that are challenging. And what you're going to see is this. This is a lesson also for us young leaders. When the Most High has to baptize each and every one of us. Everyone that takes the helm of position and work has to get tested. Your integrity, your discipline, your courage is going to be put to the test, as is John Hyrcanus. And the first thing John does sets the tone for everything else he does moving forward. And it is really important that we slow down and go into this. So, read on. Read paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1, line 230. So Ptolemy retired to one of the fortresses that was above Jericho.
So north of Jericho. So he sits back here and is getting ready for an invasion of Jerusalem. Read on.
Which was called Dagon. But Hyrcanus, having taken the high priesthood that had been his father's before.
So what ends up happening is he takes his father's position. The people have to choose that, or the people back Hyrcanus in that move. Read on.
And in the first place, propitiated.
No, he says, and the first thing he does when he's pushed to be the high priesthood to reestablish order is that he propitiated, read on.
Propitiated the Most High by sacrifice.
Stop. Now let's look up propitiated in the 1828.
Propitiated, appeased and rendered favorable. Consolated.
Wait, say that again?
Propitiated, appeased and rendered favorable.
Okay, I have one that says to conciliate, to appease one offended, and render him favorable, to make propitious. What does that mean? The first order of business that John Hyrcanus does is he starts to make sacrifices and prayers to ask for forgiveness for whatever his father and family might have did to get them in this position. What does that first of all mean? It's right. It's first of all, it's humble, but it's also the acknowledging that, man, we messed up. We messed up putting Ptolemy in this position.
Yeah.
It's the acknowledging that there was, at the very least, negligence. Why do we bring this Edomite or Israelite that lived like a Greek? Why do we put this guy in this position? Now our family is in flux. My mother and brothers are captive. I got to sit back here and send offerings up and try to make things right that was done wrong. It's John acknowledging that we screwed up. He didn't sit back here and get caught into emotion. He understood we got to get right. And we got to get connected with the Father before we make any moves moving forward. I got to make sure, hey, our family and the mistakes that our family made, we get these things rectified. Because that's the first thing we have to acknowledge. The Most High obviously wasn't happy with how things were going. We don't have to look too deep into that. Simon made a mistake. We don't have to look too deep into that either. If he didn't make a mistake, why would we be in a situation? Mistakes were made, judgments were flawed, and now John Hyrcanus has to send prayers up and ask the Most High for forgiveness for the familial flaw that had just been bestowed on the nation. Because now it's on him. And now he needs the Most High's favor before he moves forward with the next situation.
No, we don't do that.
Hell no, we don't do it.
That's how you know we're full of crap. Because there's an obviously bad outcome. Things are in that decline that lifestyle is bringing up based off of the lack of circumcision. And what is that response? Silence, or Shashawan's class, the ordering of more, what's the word for it? Ornaments. Dressing ourselves with more ornaments to hide the issue. That's Shashawan's point.
Yep.
And then my point is there's this lack of acknowledgement of issue and this lack of coming clean that opens up the door for the repetition of the same issue.
So, did John Hyrcanus make the mistake? Or did his father make the mistake? He's still sitting back here apologizing to the father for whatever the father's mistakes and misgivings were. Yet he's still trying to set the board clear and straight so that I can't move forward until I ask for forgiveness for what my father did. Why are we in this situation unless my father must have slipped somewhere. His judgment might have been off somewhere.
And isn't that the whole point of coming to the truth? Wasn't the point of coming to the truth is to break generational curses?
Yes.
I mean, you're called from the world. We come to the truth. We're supposed to acknowledge that our parents had sinned and they have went against the Lord. And they're supposed to develop virtues and qualities and be Christ-like to wash your bloodline, to order your family towards Christ.
Yep.
That's kind of what we're supposed to do all as a nation.
So what does that mean? That means I'm not supposed to be bitter towards my father and my mother.
Yep.
I have to forgive them and ask the Most High to forgive them for whatever mistakes or errors of judgment they may have had. You can't be in a spirit of bitterness towards what was done to you. But listen, couldn't John be angry?
Hell yeah.
That he's possibly losing his mother and his brothers because of his father's mistakes?
Yeah.
He can pull that card and be out the spirit by pulling that card. Or he can ask for forgiveness for the errors in judgment that was made by his father so that the Most High would have mercy on his family and himself. Because he's in a totally new place. But the answer ain't being angry. The answer ain't pointing the finger. Because that's what we would do.
We would be angry, pull the finger, and then do the same thing.
God.
Because Israel and people in general in life, they end up becoming the people they hate.
Because you know what the problem is? Because Simon had a blind spot, but every man got a blind spot. How about that? You want to sit back and judge your father? Where's your blind spot at? Maybe you have more flaws and more blind spots than your daddy.
You live long enough to know.
You don't know. You got to be exposed. to see. And you're going to sit back here, I'm not going to lie, you're going to sit back and see things that Simon did. I mean, that John Hyrcanus did, that Simon may not have done. Because we're going to go into later on in these classes that the Most High is already watering down the generation, like Ezra talks about. But what am I trying to say? Is that the first thing that John did wasn't be angry at the Father, wasn't to judge the Father. It was to ask the Most High for forgiveness for the mistakes of his Father. And to sit back, obviously, and give these offerings up to the Most High and hope the Most High will be with him. Because the truth is this, when you're the number one guy, listen, it's easy to criticize the man above you until you got to make the call.
You have those shoes.
And all the pressure's on you. You can talk the talk you want to talk until you put them shoes on and feel the weight of the world on you.
Then that Monday morning quarterback position doesn't apply.
It feels different when that heat's on you and that pressure's on you. So, and this is what John is facing. But he does it the right way. He takes the right mental and spiritual position to do that. And we're going to go into the verses to prove it. What verse is it? Let me go to 2 verses. Okay, do that.
Ecclesiastes 22 and verse 9. Just on that quick point, explain the mentality that Hyrcanus had.
Listen, let's get some other brothers to read too. To take a break that one. We got you. Naga.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yashala.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yashala. Amad. Brooke. Yahweh Shabbatah.
Yahba Shem Yashai Bragatham.
All right, Captain.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 22, verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
Ecclesiasticus 22, verse 9. If children live honestly and have wherewithal.
What he's explaining is the aspect of a child, what characteristics someone has to have to maintain this level of humility, or have even the ability to redeem their parents' mistakes. The child has to live honestly. That encompasses a lot of aspects, but you can say a person accepts what
verse is that? 22?
22 and verse 9.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
A child who lives honestly is a person that's honest with themselves and honest with themselves. Honest with what faculties, what abilities the parents had, what maturity level their parents had, and how you might not have done a better job.
So they're clear and they're objective in their assessment of their parental figure.
But the funny thing is, the way you live honesty, because I've been on honesty for a long time in these Mondays.
Yeah.
We've been pushing the hell out of us. You know that honesty in dealing with you and your father or you and your parent, you got the same crap in you that was in them.
Yeah.
That's the honesty.
Yeah.
How about that one? No, the honesty is to acknowledge it.
Exactly.
That's where the honesty is. Can I acknowledge that I can see how my father or parents went off? Because the same things that's inside of me, what's inside of them, the only difference is they didn't have the benefit of the knowledge that you got. Exactly. So the question is, didn't David say, I know more than my elders and fathers?
Yeah, ancients.
Yeah.
How did he know more than the ancients?
He had their experience.
He had their experiences, so hell yeah, you're going to be ahead of them because you saw what they did and didn't do, so you can skip and miss the things that they messed up in. Exactly. But how can you act like you're so much better if they didn't have the knowledge that you have now? Exactly. Because if you was in that situation, you might have did the same thing they did.
But you say you wouldn't.
But look at that because you're alive and you're full of crap. Because everybody wants to act like they're on some level, but if you was in those shoes, would you really have did things differently? Probably. With the lack of understanding of what's going to happen afterwards? And, oh, I would have never did that in the spirit of Christ in your house. How you know? It's the same thing with how Israel will get online and blast elders.
Yeah.
Behind the elders, oh, they was never wicked, never forgive them. You don't even know. You don't know how the spirit of the camps were back then. You don't know how Israel was back then. So how can you be so confident and cocky what you would have did? Smart guy. You don't know nothing. You see the after effect, and now you can sit back here with your monkey brain and then sit back here and deduce things because you think you're smart.
Yeah, that's why Paul said knowledge puffeth up.
I'm saying what I'm saying. Yeah. You're right, because I was there back then. I saw how things work. And yeah, in a perfect world, you can sit back here and dissect this, and this. But listen, the Most High, if we're going to be honest, we've all had to evolve over the years. How can you get to here without there? You can't get to here with the understanding that we have here unless you had the understanding that you had there.
And you went to a couple weeks ago about how the Most High always shows us two. Because there's two pairs. You got to have the good example with the bad example to choose the good.
And you have to have a good example that eventually gets refined.
Yes.
Back in the day, the teaching was just only Judah can make the kingdom.
Yeah.
That was the teaching.
Yeah.
And just because you're dark skinned don't mean you're Judah. How about that one?
There's a lot of dark skinned people.
Yeah, if you're black and you're like you in the kingdom, get out of here, man. So what hue does it need?
There's guys
and how about all the black folks that was in New York was probably Gad? So what are you talking about? They're probably Gad and Reuben talking smack. How about most of the slave trade? The 5-letter black people was in South America.
Yep.
How about that one?
Only 300,000 came to America.
Only 300,000. Millions was going to South America and the Caribbean islands. So just Judah went to 300,000 Judites just went to North America, and that's it?
And that is 70,000 black people in America today? Come on. 70 million people.
That's my point. So that's all. So out of 300,000, all the slavery and hard bondage equals 70 million?
Come on.
There's a lot of engines in there. Including me.
Not like us.
What are we trying to explain? No way we're knocking it. But our understanding from just basic breakdown, basic biblical identity, and then evolving into inner man and accountability, that had to evolve over years. But you'll have low-level thinking people will sit back here and say 50 years ago, they never did it that way. How do you know? Because you have to account culture, the environment, what was going on in society. I remember back in the 90s, it was all about being pro-black. Yeah. Fight the power. Oh, remember that in the music? It was all about we going against white.
FOI.
If you was about it, you had that a little X-Clan vibe to you. I don't know if you remember X-Clan now, but that whole remember Black African Medallions Act?
Black Conscious.
There was a Black Conscious movement back then.
Prevalent.
What's that?
Not saying this. Yeah, with the fist pick with the fist.
Yeah, the fist pick, the African Medallions Act. I didn't rock them outfits, them orange joints. You can have that stuff. You can have them dashiki.
I had one.
Listen, that's good for you, bro. Listen, I didn't want. I'm like, that's too African. I said, I'm rocking medallion, but I ain't wearing that highlight yellow orange. I said, you can have that. Yeah, them colors ain't cool. Even though it's $20 for the flea one, I don't want that. Anyway, what's my point? So it was okay to sit back here and push the heavy, one-sided supremacy angle. That was the culture, man.
And you need that culture to establish confidence.
Because without men that had that level, we wouldn't be here now. With these homogeneous Jews who think they know some stuff, right? All I'm saying is when people live honestly, they can help make up for what their parents did or didn't know. Didn't the Most High sit back here and wink at the ignorances of Israel during the time of Judges when there was no king?
Yeah.
And the understanding of the scriptures was very primitive, and he winked at it. It's then with our intention. Remember Jephthah? That guy who was sitting back here, he was part of the damn, he hung out with a bunch of vain dudes.
Yeah, man.
It was a bunch of vain men. And the Most High, and they said, we need you to sit back here and fight us and help fight our wars for
He
us.
was a bruiser.
But he was a bruising, this dude just threw his hands for a living, huh?
Yeah, he had
They said, you're going to be the judge of God? The judge of the
He
nation?
was Mike Tyson.
And
He was Mike Tyson.
You're Mike Tyson. And same thing with Samson. Samson wasn't spiritual. Samson had to live a vow of a damn,
His black patches
he had a Nazarite vow, walking around deboing people out, living in whole houses, right? Living in whole houses, breaking down gates, eating out animal carcasses out, killing, destroying Philistine harvest stock because you're angry, because you got rid of a woman, you left, and a year came back to sit somebody else, and you destroyed the whole field out. Then you sit back here, you burn the field by getting like 12 boxes and tying their tails together and burning them alive, right?
hurt animals. Right?
And listen, you're cruel to animals. Like, why are you going to burn these boxes? They're running scared, and they're hurting, they're in pain, they're shrieking, and they're going through the field, tearing up these people's land, right? And you're spiritual?
And you left for a month, like 6
A
months.
year. He was gone a year.
He came back with my ribbon.
But you got rid of her. Then you come back and she remarries and you're mad at the family?
Kill the family.
And you kill foxes and you destroy a person's harvest?
He was
But they know you're a killer, so they're like, why'd you do that? I mean, we can't even eat no more this year. That's all you can do. Oh, I'm mad. That was Israel back in the day. Judges was a bunch of Jews who didn't understand the Most High. Remember there was one king, I forgot his name. He wins. Story, the moral of the story, we were hurting. He's chosen. He wins. Then he takes all the jewelry and makes an idol.
Yeah. Oh. No, he had the mantle, right? He had the mantle. He said,
He made himself high priest.
Yeah, I was Gideon, right?
No.
Am I wrong?
I think so. Yeah, it was Gideon. He made himself high priest.
I'm not a king.
He made it, but I'm not a king, but he made a high priest out.
Yeah.
And let me get all that. No, he says, I don't want much. Just give me the gold earring.
They made me look like the king.
So I can sit back here, bling up, and do some idol stuff. My point is, this is how it works. Are we going to sit back and look down on Samson? No. That was where we were at the time. And then we evolved. We evolved into Samuel, Saul, David. But do we have the capacity to do that for Israelite leaders in camps? And can you do it for generational curse? And can you do it for your own family? Everybody that has this hateful spirit towards moms and fathers, you're really immature. Because you can't just accept. Were you there living your parents' trauma? No, you weren't. Did you sit back here? Can you understand why they suffered? Can you understand why they thought the way they thought pre-Bible? They had a bunch of bad habits that they couldn't shake and they just didn't overcome. So why are you angry at them? Because you got the knowledge and you still got crap in you. You're still flawed with the Bible, with being on the Bible for years, and you still haven't overcome you. But you want a person who's been sick for 30 years in their life, and because they didn't fix it quick enough for you, you're angry at them? How dare you? That's what it means by a lack of honesty. That's the pot calling the what? That's the point. Every Judite household knows that. And the pot calling the kettle black. We've said that before.
Drew Gadigan.
Listen, I saw my grandpa's house. He did say that. It's the truth, Doc. We have this crazy judgment that we look at people that are not seeing that we have the exact same flaw. So can you have mercy on their mistakes? And if you can do that, then you may be able to fix those generational curses, and the next generation might not face what you faced. But I know a lot of people, for instance, we counseled a brother not too long ago. And one of his major issues was how selfish his mom and father was. And guess what? He's just as selfish.
What?
He's actually double selfish because you know the Bible and they didn't. Oh, I just couldn't. I just couldn't say what they did to me, son. But what are you doing when you have an opportunity to be loving and selfish?
We're in the same position.
Choose me. So it's okay for you to choose you, but how dare they choose them? You're full of crap. Anyway, what was your point?
No, I was gonna say Esau calls that cognitive empathy.
Cognitive what?
Cognitive empathy. And what that means is I can see someone's issues, but I can never take them personal because I understand why they'll do what they do. It's an internal battle someone has where it hurts, if someone offends you pretty much. I'm hurt by it, but I understand because I understand you. I understand your level of understanding. I understand your level of maturity. I understand your level of or lack of love. Therefore, I can't take you personal as a human. It's something that we as children, as people, have a hard time wrestling with because it takes the you out of the picture. When you take the you, the emotional you out of the picture, your circumstance of people, it makes it harder to take someone personal.
Because Israel personalizes everything.
Exactly.
They'll operate in objective premise.
It's not. It's objective thinking. You know what? Outside of how you affected me, you're just sick. Outside of how you made me feel, what trauma you give my life, you're just not there yet. You're not ready. This is how Christ was going to be tortured, be killed, and still say, "Father, have mercy on them. They don't know what they do."
But this is also why Scripture says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged."
Exactly.
Why does it say that? Because you're going to be in the same position
All the time. Read that again. Ecclesiastes 22 and verse 9.
Ecclesiastes 22, verse 9. If children live honestly and have wherewithal,
We understand the honesty part. The wherewithal is the capacity to improve the previous mistakes. If I understand, I live honestly, I can accept the flaws, and I also have the skills, the ability, and the new knowledge to do better. I can do what for the flaws that was created, or for my parents' mistakes. You know?
they shall covet the baseness of their parents.
See, guys, we're going there. And the baseness of the parent, baseness is low level, which another term for that is incompetent.
Yeah.
There's wickedness and there's incompetence.
The lack of moral principle.
And incompetence is just an inability to understand something. I'm incompetent in mathematics. I'm incompetent in driving. I'm incompetent in cooking. I cannot perform properly in this arena.
Or patience. I've been seeing a lot of people about how there's this driving thing that's kind of backfiring. Millennials, from what the studies say, they were so upset about how harsh their previous parents were. They chose the new method of what's it called? Gentle parenting. Now there's a backlash to that.
Because they got a bunch of brats.
You got demons now. You got demons and all this stuff.
Listen, this is the white man giving these names. We did that in the 60s. Because when the parents in the 50s and 60s was whipping ass on a consistent level, that generation in the 70s was what? Was rebellious.
Yeah.
Because they hated how their parents were overly strict.
Yep.
So they sat back here in the 70s and went opposite of the strictness.
Yep.
And they were more friendly parents. And there was a back. And that's why there was the crackheads in the 80s.
Yeah.
Then the kids got weaker and weaker in the 80s. Because, you know why? Because in the 70s, parents wanted to be opposite parents.
Yeah.
They were the ones on drugs, getting high. And that weakness got put on their kids.
Yeah.
How about, as parents, young parents, you got to sit, just because your parents were hard, that didn't mean correction was wrong.
Yeah.
You got to correct with love.
Exactly.
And you know how you know you can correct with love? Can you be fired and then sit back here right after the fire and act like nothing happened?
Yeah.
A lot of parents can't do that.
Yeah.
A lot of parents, it's yell, 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 and get away.
No moderation.
And that's what them 50s parents was. Boy, I'm gonna learn you. I'm gonna learn you. I'm gonna learn you today.
You
And I'm gonna sit back here. I'm gonna whip you, and then get on. And then once you get on, there's no talking and communication. That's the problem.
Hey,
So, but then that kid is like, I'm not gonna do that to my kids.
Yeah.
Well, but now you have a badass, smart mouth kid,
Right.
and he needs to get punched in the face.
yeah, it could be either Joe Jackson or you're gonna be Carl Winslow. That's your choice. Joe Jackson,
Jackson's about to
you're
get
gonna make today. You're gonna dance.
You ever see that? You see that juice video? That's how you heard it.
He went to the table like,
Get back here.
Michael, we go back. This is
Listen,
my kid.
as he's waking him up at 2 in the morning to dance.
Hey, this.
It was hilarious. Hilarious.
It was a good one. That was
That was
that
wild.
was solid.
And, you thought it would be Mike. Now look at them with Joe. It was ridiculous. Anyway, what's the point? The point is, you have to have Joe and Mr. Winslow together. That's what people don't understand.
Steve,
you have to be fired and then come around and talk and maintain a relationship with your child.
Yeah.
It's both. There's nothing wrong with fire. Fire is what develops character. The Bible tells you that. What the Most High puts us through is correction and fire. So why are we mad at it? It's supposed to be fire, and then you have the capacity to teach and show love and talk through issues and have mercy. That's what love is, but it's the entire process.
Total package.
But you know the problem is, a lot of us were either Joe Jackson, all anger, or we're all just fluff.
Carl Winslow, this is like,
You know why? You know why? Because we do things out of emotion.
Yeah.
We spank because we're angry.
Yeah.
We correct because we're angry, or because we're angry, we try to go against that emotion and don't do anything, go opposite of the emotion. The answer is to remove emotion from the equation and correct based on the offense. That's the same thing you're supposed to do with your woman.
Yeah.
But why doesn't that work? Because men take women too personal. Then they want to sit back and be angry men. Yeah. It's the same concept. Correction is nothing wrong with the correction.
Same spirit.
But can I sit back here and correct because it needs to get done? Not because you pissed me off and you're Popeye, and that's all I can stand and I can't stand no more? That's how we roll. You're supposed to correct and detach how you feel about how the negative happened. Because the scripture says, he that despiseth, what? So the person's disrespect is a slap in the face of the Lord. And you're supposed to defend the Most High, not yourself. If you can detach like that, then you can correctly lead. Well, you know what? How many of us do that? You can't even do it, so why are you mad at your parents for not doing it? You can't even master that. Because you can't master your emotions, but I'm mad because they couldn't master theirs. How dare you?
and that's it.
And that's where you're a hypocrite and you're not living honestly. Because how many times are you vexed with your kid tripping? And do you say everything by the book? No, you don't. Stop lying. Because no parent does. And if you can't do it, who's supposed to be the most spiritual person on earth, how come, why are you mad at your parent for not doing it? Which had less of the Bible invested in them before they became parents. That's how you have honesty. That's how you learn how to judge correctly. And that's how you can learn to forgive. And that's how you learn to let go of these deep-seated grudges that dominate and control us so much.
They're really a covering for own flaws.
And as the child, do better to glorify the parent. Do better with your kid. So now everybody in your line gets glory. Everybody in your dynasty.
But it starts with forgiveness.
Exactly. Yeah.
It starts with forgiveness going back.
Yeah.
And then because when it's your time, you realize how hard it is to do that.
Yeah.
You realize how hard it is to do your job. Because the conditions are probably not even as hard as theirs. The circumstances in raising the children probably ain't even as hard as it was for them.
Yeah.
So if you can understand that, and even back in the day, in the 70 days, parents have more children.
Yeah.
That's a real damn difference. Yeah. 80s and 90s kids, it was 3, 4, 5 kids in a household. In comparison to more new age families on 1 and 2. So can you sit back and look at your pressure and multiply that by 2 or 3 and see how you react? Then you can sit back and say, okay, man, I can see how emotions can get the best of me. Because when you have multiple kids, it's one thing when one kid's tripping. But when you got multiple kids in the house, one kid trips, and then when that kid gets better, the next one trips. Then when that kid's better, the next kid trips. Then it's 4 kids tripping, and 1 kid's cool. And then you're almost out of there. You're almost out of there. And then then the fourth might trip later on. And then you're a bad guy because you're not the picture poised with all four children. And they are. But can you understand that? And can see how that heightened stress could change judgment? And if you can do that and you can forgive, and then you can sit back here and work backwards, repair the relationships that you might have perceived as bad in the past, and then work forward and operate better in the present.
Real quick, Proverbs 30 and 11. Let's read real fast. Because there's a generation that curseth their father and doth not bless their mother, but now we know why.
Yep. It's 30 and what?
30 and 11.
Yep. Say that again. Read that now.
11 and 12.
Proverbs 30, verse 11.
Uh-huh.
There is a generation that curseth their father.
You know why?
Yeah.
The generation is cursed their father because they're proud, they're surface in their thinking, and they lack understanding.
That's the point.
Keep going.
You cursing your the people that came before you, and your leaders and the people that are your authority figures. You're cursing them because you have understood maybe a half or a quarter of the level of pressure they have. It's always the conversation, I can't take the pressure. If you can't handle the pressure, why are you just the ones that had to handle the pressure?
I think about a head that's like was with the niche camp in these last 5-10 years, was talking about the elders of the past. And he sat back here and went down for some foul sexual perversion charges that his elders would never got caught slipping.
Never did.
They never got caught.
They gambled.
Playing with boy toys.
They gambled. They gambled out. They
gambled. They womanized a little bit, but they weren't sitting back here shipping toys.
They drank.
The boy toys
They
came out.
didn't go to Gadzooks from the very back. They didn't go to Spencer's from the very back.
And the leather and lace section out.
See, why am I over here? Like a head wrap. I don't know why I'm over here. How about that?
That's headband off.
What the hell is going on? Listen, they jumped in my bag.
Brother, that's my point.
Why need some batteries? Why do these things happen? But you're sitting here judging men that they drank a lot. I mean,
they drink, they womanize,
yeah,
they gamble.
They gambled out.
So that's worse than you sitting back here ordering some toys on Amazon.
Uber, I need a new one. Send me the 50 cents.
My point is, like, listen, bro, that's not as bad.
Yeah.
Like, that's what happens. That's what happens when you look down on another person's flaws.
You got pride.
Yeah, but you're doing worse.
But you curse your father, but you didn't. The issue is you never even performed the eighth of their works.
I know.
You listen. I get cursing someone when you've done or eclipsed their works. That's still out the spirit. I did my
Because for people who did that, they would understand.
can't.
And they're still humble because at the end of the day, they realize I was supposed to be. I was supposed to have the better example. I was supposed to have been wise. I had way more resources. I had way more opportunity to be better.
Or what they say in the world, I'm walking on the shoulders of what? Giants. The people before me, I took notes from them, and I was on their shoulders, and I was watching.
And that's what makes your life easier. You know, they went through the issues you needed so you can circumvent the mistakes.
Yes.
That's why you read the Bible. That's why you follow your elders. You follow your elders to learn from their strength and from their mistakes. I've learned so much from people who failed in front of me. So I didn't have to make the same mistake. Instead of judging a person for their mistake, learn from the mistake. If I am John Hyrcanus, I'm like, I'm not letting nobody get power unless they're vetted
With the Lord.
and I ain't trusting nobody unless they're completely vetted. That's the answer. Not looking at and shaming your father for a mistake. What about all the things he circles and beats you in?
Yeah.
Look at listen, would John Hyrcanus have had the strength and fortitude to live in a damn swamp for 30 years of your life?
Nope.
With death and fear hovering over you?
2,000 men battles versus 100. This high number.
These numbers and what they went through. Could you have done that? Probably not. That's why you didn't live in that time. You lived in a lighter age. So I'm not even knocking John. But listen, John was in a situation where he had his own battle, but it wasn't Judas Maccabee's problem. It wasn't Jonathan's battle. It wasn't Simon's battle. It was his battle with an already established king. It wasn't Mattathias' problem, his grandfather's. So let's not act like, and Hyrcanus wasn't this way, but you can't be cocky and proud when you didn't have to suffer what they suffered.
And that's why I said there's a generation
Yeah, keep going.
that curseth their father. That means you have a deficit of understanding. Because how dare I curse my father when I can't account for all the countless sacrifices he made that got you in the position of comfort you're in now?
Yep.
Read.
There's a generation that curses their father and does not bless their mother.
They don't bless their mother. Bless means to see. There's a benefit. I see the good in something. I don't see the good in my mother. I don't see the good in the losses my mom went through for me.
Yep.
The suffering my mother went through for me. The swallowing of pride my mother went through for me. And I just don't look. I just can't account for the good they've done.
You know why? Because I
can't count the good.
can't get some sensual, and I can't get past what I went through.
Yeah, but there's one that looks at all the dad's bad mistakes. There's another person that just can't see the good.
I know. Well, that's the point.
You don't
I look at the bad, but
bless
I
your
can't
mom.
see the good.
You can't bless your mom. You just can't see the
Which
good.
means you're breaking the law. Because you can't honor your father and mother. Because it's a law to honor your father and mother. It is a responsibility
To see the good.
to be able to see the good and respect the people who carried the weight and did the best they could for you.
To put you in the position to when you have, now you got to hold the responsibility and maintain.
But it's the same issue that men of the truth have with the Most High. They look at all the problems in their life versus looking at how many things the Most High could be protecting them. It's how you look at things. Either I'm going to complain about my problems, or I'm going to sit back and understand and meditate how many benefits the Most High brings. A degenerate person
Yeah, that's the best way to say it.
focuses on what they've gone through. A humble person can think about all the times the Most High's been there. How many people can think every day about how the Most High benefits them in their life? Most of us can't. Which means most of us are bad children. Because a good child can see the benefits of the parents. Can see how the parent benefited them in their life. The bad child only focuses on their inconveniences because of their parents. That's how you know what kind of caliber child you are.
Okay.
Child of the Lord or actually child of your parents. So, you know what's your verse?
Yeah, read verse 12 real quick.
Proverbs 30, verse 12. There's a generation that are pure in their own eyes.
And this is why you can see the flaw in others, but you can't see the flaw in yourself. Because you're pure in your own eyes. Not other people don't look at you like, say, man, this guy's pure. You have a self-created opinion. You have self-audited is the term. You are a self-auditor. Oh, I look at my score. I'm pretty sure. I'm a pretty dope dude if I ask myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't not to toot my own horn. Not to toot my own horn, but
I'm pretty am in the spirit. I am in the spirit.
I am the spirit. I am kind of the bee's knees. Not to my own horn. I'm not like that guy. I don't like that guy either. I'm you know what? To be honest with you, I got a couple flaws in there, but they're real minor. They're very minor. When you have the conversation in your head that your issues are minor in comparison to others, that's validation that you are pure in your own eyes. That is the conversation of a person's pure in their own eyes. I don't have that many flaws in comparison to my parents or other people, which means you despise men. That's a wicked man. He turned his face and despises me, according to scripture. Read.
And yet it's not washed from their filthiness.
But the reality, if someone takes off the veneer and takes off the cloth, takes off the hiding scale that you hide behind, your image, and gets to your decisions, your actions, and your motivations, then you see the real cracks or the real holes in your quote-unquote Swiss cheese. Then you see the real flaws in the man. And this is when people walk out of councils, don't answer phone calls, argue and scream, disappear, or start acting fake. These are all steps that people take on because they don't want someone to go past their veneer and past their They're light hologram they project to people. But that hologram is present because you don't want people to see you, which I understand that. But what gives you right to look at other men with this in-depth, fine-tooth comb and count every mistake they've made and have a file in your back pocket? So they better not check me, tell me I'm supposed to make face. That's what we do also. We collect things. Last point, last scripture. Jeremiah 2:21. Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 21.
You should just before you go there, read verse 17 of Proverbs 22. Proverbs, did I say 22? I'm sorry. 30 and verse 17.
Proverbs chapter 30, verse 17. The eye that mocketh at his fault.
The eye that mocks his father
Yeah.
and looks down on his weakness.
The perspective and the opinion.
It's the mindset
Yeah.
that doesn't respect his father. Read on.
And despiseth to obey his mother.
And despite, because you don't obey a person because you don't respect them.
Wow.
So the eye of the man that doesn't respect his mother. Read on.
The ravens of the valley shall pick it out, and the young eagles shall eat it.
He's going to destroy you. The Most High is not going to sit back here and allow you to thrive if you don't have respect. And the reason it's the case is because for the things you don't respect in them, I'm telling you, if you can't see the good in the people that put it on the line for you, why is the Most High going to give you the benefit of the doubt?
I work with you.
He's not going to give you the benefit of the doubt if you can't give them the benefit of the doubt. If you can't forgive them, why would he forgive you? That's all that's being said.
Can you read it one more time? That's fire.
Read it again. Verse 17.
Verse 17. The eye that mocketh at his father.
Mock means that you look with a scathing perspective at their issues. You're mocking them. You don't see any good, and you literally are sarcastic. Because a part of mocking is sarcasm. So this is for these sarcastic tongue people with their parents. You're this scripture. Read.
And despiseth to obey his mother. The ravens of the valley shall pick it out.
The ravens of the valley, the blackbirds that are super and they're highly intelligent. Like they don't allow you to get ravens because the ravens will start taking watches and they'll start getting money for you. If you train a raven, they'll like they're super intelligent.
It's illegal. You can't.
It's
illegal?
Yeah, you can't have ravens.
No, you can't.
You train them, they're like smart as a damn person. Right? But the ravens value. The ravens
I'll take credit cards for you. Yeah.
they're
right. They're very intelligent.
super intelligent.
Take this wallet, dog. Take that wallet, dog.
Go do it.
They just fly around the restaurant. Fly around the outdoor restaurant. And when they pull out the cards, they take it.
Put a card. Make some.
And you catch him like, bring him in like this. Good boy. You did it, my man. You did it. Give this man words.
Yeah.
Give him words.
Give him the highest one. He's getting the good stuff. Man. He's getting the good grub worms, right? But guess what? It says the ravens of the valley. The valley is a low place. These highly intelligent birds exist in a low place. So when you're in a low position in your life, because right now you're high because your parents have been sustaining you and taking care of you. But everybody hits a low point. And there's some real smart people out there, real bad people out there. There's some takers and some wolves out there, some negative people that play games on your lack of experience from the world. Because your parents shielded you from that worldly experience. Go out, cross the grid, go outside the realm of the truth, and go see what's out there. Because there's a lot of people out there that are going to operate off the honor principle or, man, the scripture says this out. No, people like that, they love to take advantage of an ignorant person and a weaker spirit. Read.
Okay. The ravens of the valley shall pick it out.
The ravens of the valley will pick it out. They're going to take advantage of you and put you to death. Spiritually, emotionally, psychologically.
How does a raven get access to you until the Most High sits back here and has you in a situation where you're exposed and down and have no protection?
You're exposed now to the elements.
That's my point. He's going to bring you down to where you're not even going to get proper burials. That's all he's saying. He's going to tear you down because that's one of the lowest things you can do. One of the lowest things you can do
Disarm.
is to sit back and disrespect your family. So you're going to die to something. Because to sit back here and have a raven pick at you, that's a dishonorable death. Why did Tobit sit back here and make his whole life's work about sitting back here and burying the dead? Because you weren't supposed to sit back and allow a dead person to be out longer than nightfall. Remember that's what happened with Bryce? A rich man has been paid for his burial. Because you weren't, it was dishonorable for an Israelite to not be buried that night. So for he's saying if these animals are picking at you, you're gonna die a dishonorable death. Because you lack honor with your children. I mean with your parents.
All because
And you can't see the good in them. Kinda. Anyway, so you had a verse, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you had a verse.
You can pull.
Yeah, I was going to finish that. Ecclesiastes 22 and verse 10. It was the continuation. Verse 9, it said, if the children live honestly and have wherewithal, they should cover the faces of their parents. That's what we should be doing. That is the goal. That is forgiving, understanding, accepting, and moving forward is the goal. So you break general curses. But a lot of us as a nation don't operate in that same mentality. So read that in verse 10.
Ecclesiastes 22, verse 10. But children being haughty.
And the reason we don't move past that, the reason we can't live honestly and accept, you know what, my parents have these flaws, but I understand why, and I'm still going to choose the better path. The reason is we're prideful. Because the knowledge we have makes us prideful. Because our personal experience makes us think we can do better than our parents. Therefore, my pride prohibits me from forgiving. Read.
But children being haughty through disdain.
And it's now being fueled by my anger and resentment for my parents, for their lack, or their what they didn't provide, what they couldn't give me, who they weren't, who I expected them to be. That disdain is what prevents me from moving forward spiritually. And it's going to be the same reason why you'll be the same parents you hated so bad.
And that's the issue.
You'll be the same influence you hated because you never got past your disdain and your pride.
That's why I said it will stain the ability of your children.
Yeah.
Because you have a blind spot to why they failed. That means you have a blind spot to why you failed. You have to understand what about their decisions brought about the flaws so you can fix it yourself. But you have to understand and not take it personal.
Yeah.
And understand that they did the best they could with what they knew. If you can process that, you can be better. You can be a better service for your children. Because I'm telling you, listen, I don't know if y'all know this, but familial issues are real.
Yeah.
Listen, if you want to sit back and act like whatever's in your dad and mom and in you trip.
There's a DNA aspect.
When it comes to greatness, greatness is in my DNA. Oh, that's in my DNA. The good.
I am good.
That's in my DNA. You say with all the good traits.
Yeah. How about the naughty traits? You're him too. He is him too. She is her too.
You that person.
Yeah. So that's the point.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to see both sides of you and work with those issues. Work with the good and bad and understand your limitations.
You know, there was an experiment with rats. And what they did was they took 3 generations of rats. The first generation, or the grandparent rat, they scared it. Every day they put a puppet in front of the rat. And every time they put the puppet, they stung the rat. Or they shocked it. They didn't do it with the parent. So they had the grandparent have children. They had the grandparents have children after going through all these crazy experiences. They didn't do it with the offspring, but they did it with the second offspring. Now the grandchild, they put the puppet in front of it and it gets scared. Wow. And it runs away. And the whole test was to conclude and prove that traumas get passed down as well.
Wow.
It's in our DNA. So if traumas is in our DNA, then also our habits, our negative perspectives can also be passed down. Our negative mentalities also passed down.
Our bad practices.
So a person who is, read that again in verse 10, because part of that pride that we have is we think we're educated. We think we'll do better if we were in the same circumstance. But the evidence of your frustration, the evidence of your disdain with your parents is evidence that you weren't educated, or you're not as educated as you think you are. Read on. Read verse 10.
But children being haughty through disdain and want of nurture.
Want of nurture is the point. Want of nurture means lack of education.
Wow.
Obviously, you have this disdain. You're not as educated as you think you are.
Mister.
You're still lacking something. You're lacking development. Read on.
Do stain the nobility of their kindred.
Those people can only look at the bad as their kindred. They'll stain what good aspects when they're in their parents. What good things their parents brought to the table. What good things their elders brought to the table. I can only focus on what bad and what they weren't. And I would be better if I had the same opportunity. that is a person who not only is prideful, but is lacking in maturity.
I got to pull the scripture real quick. 2:21 Jeremiah. 2:21 Jeremiah. Huh? Well, Bible's from my phone. Yeah.
Jeremiah 2:1.
2:21. I think you lightly quoted it about maybe 10 minutes ago. Now.
Jeremiah 2, verse 21.
Uh-huh.
Yet I had planted thee a noble vine,
I planted thee a noble vine. Read.
holy a right seed.
Holy a right seed. Planting a vine, investing in this person, investing in this bloodline, investing in these people. A right seed. I'm trying to get people right, make them right. They have to be right. I'm trying to make them righteous. Read.
How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant?
Stop. It's not like I'm coming from a degenerate beginning.
Yeah.
And then I'm getting things better. I'm coming from a potent or stronger or more hardy beginning. But my outcomes are more what? Read.
How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?
I'm not in unison or like spiritually. I'm spiritually not like my parent. I don't have the same perspective. I don't have the same positivity. I don't have the same work ethic. I don't have the same dedication. I don't have the same purity. I don't have the same religious nature. I don't have the same work ethic. I don't have the same affection and love. I don't have the same selflessness. Those virtues and those character traits, I don't eclipse my parents in spiritual positive character traits. So if I don't eclipse my parents in positive spiritual characteristics, then that means I'm in the position to be a degenerate. That's why our job is to bust our tails to outperform our elders, outperform our authority figures, not in a bad way, not in a competitive sense, but I have the option to not make their mistakes and learn faster and grow quicker. That's the goal of the Bible, is to increase in generation, not decrease in generation. Are you decreasing your bloodline or are you increasing your bloodline? Well, the Most High planted a right seed. He gave your parents the truth. They came from a stronger generation. We know that biblically and we know it scientifically that the generations get weaker and weaker. Are you eclipsing your parents' best qualities? And if you're not, then you have no right to say this. You're in the position of being a degenerate. If you have a negative perspective on your bloodline and can't see the good and the lessons they've given you, then more than likely, by probability, you're a degenerative vine. You're degenerating. You're going to water down your grandchildren, their grandchildren, because you're going to pass down weakness to them. It's your parents' weakness and your weakness combined, and then your child comes out with their natural character flaws, and you're giving their grandparents' weakness, your weakness, and you're imputing that on the grandchildren. That creates further deterioration, further degeneration. That's why it's not profitable to be so critical in how you look at your parental figures. Read the last part. We're out. I'm out that part.
How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?
Unto who?
Unto me.
Unto the Most High.
Okay. So with that, we're gonna tie back in on the storyline, and we're gonna deal with that propitiation. Now, we went into the propitiation that John Hyrcanus did in regards to his father. Instead of bashing his father, he focused more on trying to make things right with Heavenly Father. Instead of attacking his father and looking down on his works, his focus was more on satiating the Most High's anger, so that the nation can progress forward. So let's go to Ecclesiasticus, the Apocrypha 35, verse 3 through 11.
Ecclesiasticus 35, verse 3. To depart from wickedness is a thing pleasing to the Lord.
So listen, what he's saying is to change what pleases the Most High. So in the midst of John Hyrcanus going through this process of propitiation, prayer, and giving offerings to the Most High. This is about trying to find out where the wrong went so it can be appeased and changed. So because listen, I know I mentioned earlier that we have to be very careful about our decision, because when our decisions are off, we face significant consequences, right?
Come.
But with that, what people don't understand is if the Most High isn't on our side, nothing that we do works. So that's another aspect of things. There are things you definitely can't do because you're going to deal with consequences behind it. And then there's a space of, if I'm living right, if the Most High is on my side, He's going to back my spiritually intended decision. I hope I'm not coming off contradictory, because that's not the point. But there is a little gray area the Most High gives us in our decision making when we're in the right spirit and when our actions are on point, that we have to fight every day to earn. And what John Hyrcanus is doing is he's giving these offerings in hopes that the decision he makes are backed by the Most High. When you see all the great men of the Lord, every man didn't make the same cookie cutter decision in war. Remember we read about Judas. Judas didn't have a back down trigger, bro. He was sitting back here, punch you in the face every damn day long. Jonathan, he retreated a bunch of times. Did that make him weak? No, because the Most High backed Jonathan, and the Most High backed Judas, and the Most High backed Simon. And they all did things a little bit different. There's a little wiggle room you get in your decision making when the Most High is on your side. But you can't get the Most High on your side until you give him what he wants. So you have to work on the things inside of you and make the proper propitiation to the Lord, the proper offering to the Lord, so that he backs your moves. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And this is what John is trying to find out. What does it take to please the Most High, to get the Most High on my side? So when I start making these decisions on Israel's behalf, he backs me. Read verse 3 again.
Ecclesiastes 35, verse 3. To depart from wickedness is a thing pleasing to the Lord, and to forsake unrighteousness is a propitiation.
He said to forsake unrighteousness is a propitiation. What does it mean? If I do the right thing, that's me showing the Most High or requesting the Most High to look after me. Read on.
Thou shalt not appear empty before the Lord.
So if you want the Most High on your side, you have to give something to him that is significant. You can't just sit back here and give regular effort and expect the Most High to respond for that. Think about it on a national level. We had to fight for 30 years to gain some type of protection. And to be specific, it took 22 years of war before Simon was the official high priest of the nation. Jonathan wasn't made high priest. Simon was. It took 22 years of blood, sweat, and tears. And for Acra to be knocked down. Remember, Acra was still that bane of our existence for 22 years. So it took 22 years to get some kind of leverage in the city to actually be able to make good moves. So it took 22 years of fighting, but Moses said, okay, let me open these doors. So when we're reading about not appearing empty, you gotta give a sacrifice that's worthy of the Most High's attention. Read on.
For all these things are to be done because of the commandment.
Listen, we're supposed to sit back here and not appear empty, because that's what the law says. All the men are supposed to appear 3 times a year and not appear empty. Read on.
The offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat.
But once again, he's saying a lot of people offer, but when a righteous man or a woman serving the Most High doing things the right way, the Most High receives that offering with more appreciation. A lot of us offer, a lot of us give things to the Most High, but who gets responded to? That's a real question. People give tithes and offerings and give their time and they'll cook and they'll help. People do that all the time, but how many of our offerings is the Most High truly saying, okay, I got you. I'll take care of you. I'll look after you. How many of us get that? Read on.
The offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat, and the sweet savor thereof is before the Most High. The sacrifice of a just man is accepted.
The sacrifice of a just man is accepted. So once again, what John Hyrcanus is trying to establish is making the offerings in hope that his offerings are acceptable. So when we're sitting back here doing the work for the Lord every day, this is what we should be practicing and shooting for. Not just to give an offering, just to give it, to say we gave it, but to give an offering with the intent that the offering I'm going to give is going to be received the right way. And if it's not, can you give a better offering? How many of us give an offering, try, it's not received, and we stop trying? That ties into what chapter 1 goes into in this Cain class. You have to give your offering until it is accepted. Same thing with your husband. Same thing with the Most High. Keep giving until you operate at the level the Most High says you're doing enough.
It's like a basic example, like a basic server.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to the table, get the order wrong, you keep coming back until you get it right.
How many of us are humble enough to do that, though? A lot of us aren't. We'll say it. I've given my best and they didn't appreciate it. But it's going to do me.
Yeah.
So let that go. No, keep going, keep going.
The sacrifice of a just man is accepted, and the memorial thereof shall never be forgotten.
So the Most High will never forget you're a good sacrifice. If it's at the level needed to get a response. Many of us give, but a lot of us don't give at the required level necessary to get the Most High's appreciation. And that's the truth. Read on.
Verse 8, give the Lord his honor with a good eye.
And one of the major things necessary to gain acceptance is how pure your outlook is in giving. A lot of times the Most High is going to, listen, in the process of getting the Most High's attention, using just the format of the Maccabees, how many wars did we have to fight? And how many times did we have to do things the right way? And it still don't work out the way you want before he allowed things to work out the way you want. How many times did Judas win a war, win 3-4 wars in a row, then you lose one in Antioch, then you want to run again, or you fight, you have these guys in Acra corner, the Acra guys call a Seleucia king, they come down and they run you off again. How many times did that happen? And the Most High made them, Judas, Jonathan, Simon, keep fighting an undisclosed period of time for 22 plus years before he allowed all the other forces to fall apart. That is and that is based upon great honorable men. He didn't let the first few attempts go through. So if he made righteous men wait that long, how long is he going to make us right or work with the right intention to see how pure intention our efforts are? What that good eye looks like. Continue.
Give the Lord his honor with a good eye, and diminish not the first fruits of thine hands.
So why would he say, don't diminish the first fruits of your hand? Because he's letting you know, if I give the first fruit of my hand initially, why would he say don't diminish it? Because you're going to be required to continue to give that first fruit for a period of time before he accepts it. This is what the timetable between how much you give and how much time of operating and giving with a good eye to where it starts to be received is undetermined. That's the number we don't know. That's the number where we're going to sit back here and keep giving until the Most High recognizes that your offering is legit. But I'm telling you from experience and in the Bible, you have to give with a good eye and at the rate. It says, don't what? Don't diminish or diminish not the first fruits of thy hand. That means you got to operate and give the Most High the best you got for an extended period of time. Then he'll give you the blessing. Read on.
Verse 9. In all thy gifts, show a cheerful countenance and dedicate thy tithes with gladness.
Why would a person, if all they had to do is give one gift, why would he keep saying do it with a good eye and with cheerful? He says cheerfulness in a good eye because you got to do it for a long enough time to where you don't want to be cheerful. Why would he say it this way? Because when a person that wants to present themselves to the Most High, it's easy to give cheerful the first couple times. It ain't always so cheerful to give 30th time, 40th time, and your condition, your life condition is the same. Then he's saying, be cheerful for that moment. Everybody's smiling like a chested cat out. The first couple times you give. Then you can't fake it no longer. Then after the 10th time, are you still smiling? Are you still sitting back here and whistling while you work? And if you are not, this is why he won't bless you. This is the reason. Just be conscious of that. Read on.
Verse 10. Give unto the Most High according as he hath enriched thee.
So once again, how can you give with a cheerful countenance? How can you give with a good eye, even though things aren't going the way you want? You can do it because even though things aren't going the way you want, can you meditate on the Most High's mercy still? That is so important. Do you have the ability to know you're catching hell and at the same time know, even though I'm catching hell, the Most High has given me a whole lot of mercy and a whole lot of love despite what I'm going?
Hey, hold on. This gas station character is back.
Just say, no, listen, whoever's online, y'all, don't pay this guy out.
Every Sabbath, that's for gas money.
Yeah.
Listen. He lost his daughter. He loses his daughter. Now he's walking the gas station looking for his daughter. Don't do it.
So
Please.
So listen, is this algo or is it like just him?
He sent this algo. He got
So
research.
from different names.
He shoots to all the different congregations, all different. He has not just he hits all people up, and he says, "I lost my daughter. I left my daughter at the gas station. This happened, and he needs the gas, and he's collecting all his money. He does it every weekend, bro.
It's a hustle.
Yeah.
What's that?
He's playing the numbers.
Yeah. If he can get $100, he's good. He still won.
To the Lord, and now he's saying Shabbat Shalom. That's where he made it. He clicked it. He wasn't using the language before. Now he's using the.
He's pimping the Jew.
Yeah, he got a little better.
He's a Jew pimp.
Yeah, it's always his daughter, gas, $15. He needs this, he needs that, and it's just under different
Names.
titles.
So listen, y'all, don't listen to him. But let's continue. Verse 11. Okay, verse 10, from the top.
Verse 10. Give unto the Most High according as he hath enriched thee.
So once again, the only way you can sustain a cheerful outlook while the Most High is making you wait. What's happening here? From verse 3 down to verse 10, what is the Lord doing to us? He's proving a friend. That's what he's doing. Just like we talked about in Ecclesiastes 6, he's proving a friend. What he's looking at it and he's measuring is this. Before I bless he or she, do they have the capacity to see everything that I've done for them that's been good so far. And I ask the same question to y'all as a hypothetical. Before you ask for something else, are you content and are you appreciative for what you've gotten so far in your life? Because before you address the Most High for something else, before you ask, give me, please, again, from somebody else, are you happy and content and appreciative for how far the Most High has taken you in your life thus far? That's a very important question to ask yourself, because he's not going to give you more unless you show the Most High through your actions that you're appreciative for what he's given you leading up to this point. And that's the truth. Because he's going to sit back here and extend out what you want until you show him that I can give with a cheerful eye for an extended period of time. A person can't give with a cheerful eye unless they truly appreciate what he's given you so far. Don't forget that. You have to prove that you're appreciative of what he's given you before you are even eligible to gain something else. Because the real question is this: why do you want something else if you're happy with what you've got now? Think about that. If you're happy with what the Lord has given you, why do you want more? Yeah, then it goes into the question, why are you asking for what you want? Why do you think you deserve more when you haven't even learned to be happy with what you've got? And this is why we always say, if you're not content with where the Most High's got you at, he's not going to give you. That makes sense? Which means you have to show the Most High that you really don't want nothing else. Well, then that kills the reason for asking it. Why are you asking for something if you really don't want nothing else? You see? Continue.
And as thou hast gotten, give with a cheerful eye.
And that's the point. You're giving based off what you've already been given. How cheerful your eye is towards giving is based on your appreciation for how far the Most High has taken you so far. But most of us don't give based upon your appreciation for how far the Most High has taken you. People give with the motivation of getting something in return. Not you give and you fight because you're appreciative for everything he's given you to this point. How many of us, don't raise your hand, how many of us give every day at a high rate because you're appreciative and thankful the Most High has gotten you this far in your life? Stop lying if you even partially think that. Because most of us don't move that way. Most of us aren't spiritual like that. But he is working us to try to get us to learn that lesson. You work hard today, not for what you want. You work hard today because he's been there for you so long.
Time and time again.
We work hard because we want something ahead. Not because he blesses all these others. You gonna say this?
No. Like, what a pure thought be, I want salvation, is because I was thinking about it. Like, when we say we give to get something, is it that we should be doing because we want salvation, or we're just supposed to be like, I might not make it, let me just do it anyway? It's like,
I'm going to say this. The scripture says, perfect love casts away fear. So some of us work hard because we don't want to die.
Yeah.
But that is a low level of faith. I'm doing it because I don't want to die. When in actuality, I'm supposed to do it because I'm appreciative for what the Most High has given me. But a lot of us, this is why the Most High initiated his relationship with us based on fear. You follow these laws, you're going to die. Because we didn't know love. We didn't appreciate the Most High's love. We couldn't get past, hey, he saved our lives from Egypt. And a day later, we want to kill Moses. Because we couldn't see, man, I'm here because he saved us. So fear has to be the initial motivation until we learn how to properly love it. But he said, I'm not going to give you extra until you learn how to love him and appreciate all the good he's done to you. Why would he give you more unless he knows you value everything he's done to you to get to this point?
That's far.
You see that? it kills the carnal motivation. And it really gets to the root of why we do what we do.
That's why it goes back to the point, the central theme in the class in the beginning, when we were going into the point of this guy who's industrious. Well, why is he industrious?
Because he wants something.
It's self-pleasure versus God's pleasure. The industrious man, his lot, he has the skill and the wherewithal and the thought pattern and the intensity to fight for what he wants. And there's nothing wicked about fighting for what you want.
Nope.
Once the Most High spilled your cup,
Are you still
and
fighting?
you're fighting for it, is it for the glory of the Lord or for the satisfaction of the Most High's needs?
Okay.
Or is it because your needs are unsatisfied? Therefore, you need more because you think that if you gain more, you will satisfy your carnal need.
Okay.
So it's war for pleasure versus war for God.
And that's the point. And that's what life is about. Life is once you know who you are and you know your tribe and all that good stuff, now the Most High is measuring what kind of a servant you are. And are you doing this every day based off appreciation?
Yeah.
And do you have the sight and the ability to see how the Most High has loved you, been there for you? Or are you full of complaints and tell yourself you deserve more? That is significant. That is everything. That's everything. And in the process of us showing propitiation to the Most High, because this is what we've been reading about with John, in the process of John giving these sacrifices, giving up these animals, the Most High is looking at his heart and is determining, is Jonathan appreciative for the opportunity, or is Jonathan about himself? John, I mean, not Jonathan, John. So, with that being the case, read verse 11.
Verse 11. For the Lord recompensing.
I mean, the Most High does give back. Read on.
And will give thee 7 times as much.
Once he knows that you are truly and completely at peace with the life he's given you. Once he knows that you are good with whatever the conditions you've got, the hell you're in. This is why, as Israelites, we don't push this Esau's put me through hell crap. We don't do that because that fuels a lack of appreciation towards the Lord. That fuels a mindset in which we tell ourselves that we're going through unfair circumstances. And you can't live this life telling yourself we're catching hell, going through unfair things. We are exactly where we are supposed to be. And until you learn and accept that, you can't establish true gratification for the Lord in order for him to bring you up. Does that make sense? Okay.
And we're not deleting or negating or ignoring
atrocities.
The public of the black struggle and atrocities. What we're saying is, if you are a product of victimhood in that capacity, in that mindset, then that will also, like a plague, advance to how you look at people in your life. You will not only be a victim politically, you'll be a victim in your day-to-day interpersonal relations.
Because yes, I'm glad you explained that, because I'm not sitting back here and I'm not operating like Andre Williams on Twitter. That guy is horrible. It gets too much.
Yeah.
He sits back here and he personally tries to attack Jake to the max.
Yeah.
I'm not operating like that. What I'm trying to say is, hey, the Most High has got us in this condition. We're in America because the Most High wanted that to happen. Right or wrong?
Right.
Did not the Most High give Esau the power? He gave Esau the power. He gave Esau the power in Greece before he gave Esau the power in America. He gave Esau the power in Rome before he gave Esau the power in America. What does that mean? We were supposed to serve them for many years. And in the midst of us serving him, we were supposed to stay in order with the Most High. And like Christ said, remember the Pharisees were trying to trap Christ up?
Yeah.
Should you pay taxes?
Yeah.
He said, render unto Caesar what's Caesar. Give him his respect, give him his money, and give the Most High what he wants. What does that mean? You got to serve two masters. You got to serve the Most High first, then you got to serve the white man in the capacity he's got you. We can bellyache all we want, but that's the condition because we weren't respectful enough to the Lord to handle a direct connection between us and him. Call it what you want. Why am I saying that? Because if we get caught up in the victimhood, then indirectly we're complaining about our life.
Yep.
And when you complain about your life, you really can't build a relationship with the Most High complaining about your life. You cut yourself off from blessings complaining about your life. And we just read it in Ecclesiastes 35. So as John Hyrcanus is praying and giving up offerings, he's praying to the Most High and asking that he listens, hears his prayers, and he makes right his father's wrongs so that the Most High can actually work with him and through him. Okay? Let that go and go to Matthew 3 and 8. Read that.
Matthew chapter 3, verse 8. Bring forth, therefore, fruits meet for repentance.
Listen, and when you sit back here, like John is doing, and you're bringing out works, you have to bring work in. You have to put work in for the Most High to honor you. You have to make changes, make adjustments in order to get the Most High's attention. Now, with that being the case, you do enough works, you give enough sacrifice, he'll start listening. Now let that go and go to Job chapter 17 and verse 9. Job 17 and 9.
Job chapter 17, verse 9. The righteous also shall hold on his way.
The righteous shall hold on to his way long enough for the Most High to respond and acknowledge. Read on.
And he that hath clean hands shall be stronger and
So
stronger.
this ties into Ecclesiastes 35. If you do the right thing long enough with the right intent and with appreciation, you'll get stronger and your works will get stronger and your action will get stronger and your consistency will get stronger and stronger. And the Most High will start acknowledging you on a higher level. Now we're building to something. Go to Psalms chapter 18. Psalms 18 and verse 20 and 24.
Psalm chapter 18, verse 20.
So he's talking about clean hands and making the man stronger and stronger. And this is about repetition, doing the right things consistently long enough, and the Most High acknowledging those works. Read on.
Psalm chapter 18, verse 20.
Okay, read that.
The Most High rewarded me according to my righteousness.
The reward comes in for your righteousness because of how long you can sustain these righteous works. Read on.
According to the cleanness of my hand have he recompensed.
But the cleanliness of your hands is based on your outlook and your works matching. Remember we went into on Monday about your words, your actions, and being in reality has to all align in order for the Most High to acknowledge you. This is what David is saying. The words you say, the actions that you move by, and how real in your assessment you are is how you set yourself up to get blessed. So he's saying when you live the right way and your hands are clean, your intention is clean, your words and your actions and how you look at things is all lined up right for the proper length of time, then he comes through. Read on.
Verse 24. Therefore hath the Most High recompensed me according to my righteousness.
And this is the problem. This is not the problem. This is the issue. He says, he's going to bless me according to the work that he brings to the table. Read on.
According to the cleanness of my hands in his eyesight.
And that's super important. Not in your eyesight, but his eyesight. Because this is the issue. We tell ourselves we're on point, but you have to operate, do good works with the right intention long enough so that the Most High will look at you and say, okay, in the Most High's eyes, I recognize your sacrifice and I'm going to bless you. A lot of times we tell ourselves we're doing enough, but in the Most High's eyes, we're not doing enough. And his eyesight is what determines if you get blessed or not. So you have to be on point long enough. Then the Most High will recognize you. Then he'll be there. So,
and this is why I love you, brothers out.
Mhm.
This is why you have to have iron around you.
Yep.
He went into the point earlier in the class about iron sharpens iron. We always quote it, but we never see the why. You need iron around you. You need iron to sharpen your thoughts and sharpen you and keep you in the real so that the Most High can eventually bless you. If you don't have iron around you, you're not putting yourself in. Be clear for those that are new. Iron means people that can scourge your thoughts and check your intentions and know your patterns and know your history and can be honest with you and can be contrary to some of your visions in mind if they're not aligned with the book. They're not aligned with the Lord. They're not aligned with biblical spiritual tradition that's correct in the scriptures. Correct biblical application. People that can be real with you and check you if you're off. Not putting yourself around yes people or insulating yourself around people that allow you to defile yourself through your false ambition, your false dreams, your false emotions. Right? So you have to have iron because iron keeps you what? In the real. When you're in the real, that's one position to get you blessed. The correct dialogue in your mind and in your speech. And then what? The correct actions, which is application of the Bible and your training. And what's number 3? Living in reality, being honest. The people around you, they can help you be honest. Because it's hard to be honest with ourselves because the heart is what? It's deceitful and desperately wicked. We're all extremists or we minimize everything. We're all masters of minimizing everybody's correction or always masters of making every little problem bigger than what it really is. We don't always have the best assessment. So if we practice and maintain iron around us, we appreciate our checkers, our correctors, our parents, and our counselors. That's just one box you can check off to get to the next point, which is your actions and your words. So you can get your blessing. If not, you're going to say, I'm not blessed. The truth doesn't work. Or what else is out there? Was there another God?
So once we are in reality and our words and our actions match, then we work hard long enough to where we're recognized by the Most High. Then he's with us. This is important because we're going to let this go and go to James 5, verse 13 through 17.
James chapter 5, verse 13.
Let me get there real quick, sir. Type it in. James 5:13. Yeah, I'm ready.
James chapter 5, verse 13. Is any among you afflicted? Let him pray. Is any merry? Let him sing songs. Verse 17.
No, it's 13 through 17.
Oh, 17.
So this is talking about prayer. Okay? So if anybody's afflicted, you got to pray. Anybody's married, let them sing songs in praise of the Most High. Read on.
Verse 14. James chapter 5. If any sick among you, let him call for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with oil in the name of the Lord. And the prayer of faith shall save the sick, and the Lord shall raise him up. And if he have committed sins, they shall be forgiven him.
Listen, first of all, he says that the elders of the church will have to pray over you. So why is that important? Because the elders are supposed to be the ones who have learned how to stay on top of themselves, fight their battles, and earn the right that when they approach the Most High in prayer, the Most High will consider their prayer. Because that's what we've been reading in Job or Psalms and Job. Clean hands make the man stronger and stronger. And if you're doing things long enough the right way, the Most High will start acknowledging you. So the elder should have a greater connection to the Father. So when you pray for somebody, those prayers have a chance of being received. Read on.
Verse 16. Confess your faults one to another, and pray one for another, that ye may be healed. The effectual, fervent prayer of a righteous man
The
availeth much.
effectual means this prayer actually has an effect.
Yeah.
This
Wow.
prayer has an impact. Read on. Of a righteous man, read on,
Availeth much.
availeth means has much power. And, you know, I have to continue to learn to grasp this and accept this. But scripturally, he's saying if you sit back here, a person is consistent enough with their works, his prayer literally has power. And the Most High is more willing to listen to the prayer. It's not about an elder. It's about what an elder represents. It's about a person who has committed himself enough for the Most High to start acknowledging and recognizing. He says that person gets listened to. Hell, even Samuel's mother's prayers were listened to because she was in order and she was dedicated. And she asked for that son because she couldn't have a child. And she promised that that son would be given to the Lord. When you're in the right spirit, the Most High does listen to you. And it has power. So this is another reason why you give proper propitiation to the Most High. You give the Most High his proper sacrifice. Because that dedication, once you show that he's the only thing that matters, he is more apt to listen to your prayers because he knows your intentions are pure. Let me finish this point. I'll let y'all go. I know I want to go. This I promise you, if it's there, it'll be there in a little bit. Keep going in the verse.
Verse 17. Elias
Elias is Elijah. Read on.
was a man subject to like passions as we are.
What are like passions? Like distractions, similar lust, similar issues that every man on earth fights. He had to fight the same battles. Read on.
And he prayed earnestly that it might not rain.
So listen. Well, keep going. Keep going. He prayed that it didn't rain. Read on.
And it rained not on the earth by the space of 3 years and 6 months.
Now, what's the difference between Elias praying or Elijah praying and you praying?
Because he was living a righteous life.
That was my point. Listen, he had like passion, but he didn't give himself no like passion. He disciplined himself. And because he proved to the Most High that his works were acceptable, then the Most High backed him. Because isn't this what John Hyrcanus is trying to do? I got to give to the Most High at a certain level in hope that the Most High is going to receive me and back my request. This is what everybody's asking of the Most High in their life. Can we work hard enough, be committed long enough, with the right intention, long enough for the Most High to say, I'm going to back this guy, or I'm going to back this person in their request? It's because he's saying that in read verse 16 again.
Confess your faults one to another, and pray one for another, that you may be healed.
We're supposed to pray for people through their sicknesses, diseases. We're supposed to do that. But if you're living wicked and your spirit's off, and you've been feeding and fueling your passion, is your request for healing going to be heard? No, it's not. A lot of people pray, and a lot of people ask for things that don't get honored. And others pray for things that it gets listened to. What's the damn difference? One person has disciplined himself enough to avoid their passion, so the Most High will listen. And that's the truth. And this is what we're all fighting to do. We're all fighting to produce good enough works for the Most High to hear them out and adhere to them. Because if that happens, he will give us that leverage that Judas had, Jonathan had, and Simon had. That protection. So you might not make the perfect move, but he's still with you. This is what we're looking for. This is why you fight. But he's not going to give you the potency of your prayers to be received if you didn't put the work in.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about that. You ever see on Benny Hinn? Was it Benny Hinn? Yeah, it was Benny Hinn. You ever seen one of those religious networks? He was like an Ishmaelite guy, an Arab guy. Yeah. You're healed.
Yeah.
You're healed. Like this guy, are you serious? Like, he's the one that will give him healing hands.
Like that. Fall around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come on, that was the biggest hustle ever. Because the truth is, you don't get the Most High ain't listening to your prayers unless you put the work in and are dedicated and change what's inside of you and control those passions. Kill those passions. And in killing your passions is how you show the appropriate propitiation to the Heavenly Father. So as Jonathan's giving up these animals, it's still representative of you giving up your passions. And John, I keep saying John, when John is giving up these sacrifices before he moves forward in leadership, he's really giving up those passions that are getting in the way of him having a direct line of connection with the Heavenly Father. So prayer works. The Most High listens to your prayers, but you better damn sure be on top of your spirit. And many of us are not. One more thing. Go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18. Verse 21 to 23.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18, verse 21.
Now, Wisdom of Solomon 18 is talking about when Israel left Egypt and we were in the wilderness and Moses was our leader. To keep us in context to the chapter. Wisdom of Solomon 18, verse 21 to 23.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 18, verse 21. For then the blameless man made haste.
So listen, Moses was always called the meekest man on earth, but he was also known as the blameless man.
Wow.
That's potent. The blameless man. Who was he the blameless man in the eyes of? The Lord. Huh?
Yeah.
That's why he was able to see the Lord's hinder part. You think you want access to the backside of the Most High or the backside of Christ? If you weren't blameless, you think you'd have been able to shine and illuminate like Moses did if he wasn't blameless? This is so it kills the lie that churches say, well, nobody can be perfect. Yeah, you can. Are you dedicated that much?
Perfection is blameless.
That's my point. People say that because they don't want to feel the pressure of being accountable every day. That's why people say, oh, yeah, nobody can ever do that. That's why Christ died. No, Christ died to give us time.
And to make many brothers like him.
Come
The
on.
whole purpose of the example was many people are going to be just like him.
And that's the point. So Christ died to give us a better example of how to obtain spiritual perfection. But the church wants to sit back here and say nobody can be. Yes, you can. If you dedicate hard enough, you can get close. I'm not saying perfection, but you can get close and get control over your passions if you give yourself to it. And the closer we get to blamelessness, is closer we have access to our prayers being heard, our requests being considered, and the Most High looking at our decision and backing our decision, because that's what this is about. But he won't back all of your moves if you haven't earned the opportunity to be blameless. So, the blameless one is Moses. Read on.
For then the blameless man made haste and stood forth to defend them.
So, the blameless man stood forth to defend the nation in front of the Most High. Because the Most High was going to sit back. This is talking about in Exodus 32, when the Jews started sitting back here and burning taking all the gold and making a golden calf. The Most High told Moses, listen, man, I'm about to get rid of these guys. I'm about to get out the way so I can sit back here and destroy all of these people and raise you up some more people for them to follow you. And the blameless man did what? He stood forth to defend a group of sinners. who didn't deserve to be defended, but he defended them anyway. Read on.
And bringing the shield of his proper ministry.
So listen. Moses, the blameless man, brought the shield of his proper ministry. What does that mean? His dedication, his commitment, provided a shield for the rest of the world of Israel. His dedication is the reason the Most High didn't destroy those people that day. His prayer and his request to the Most High to give them more time was why the Most High gave them more time. The funny thing was this: was the Most High wrong? The Most High still was going to take those guys out. But what did Most High give them? He gave them more time. But the funny thing is, out of Moses asking the Most High to give him more time, he saved how many more people? 2. But it was worth it.
Yeah.
Joshua and Caleb. He saved 2 people from that movement, gave everybody else time. Yeah. Because of how blameless his life was. That's the power of prayer. That's the power of obedience. One man, one dedicated man, could buy the time for his family who are screw-ups and are flawed. It ain't guaranteeing salvation. But Moses' commitment bought the nation X amount of more years. To be specific, gave them their entire 40 years. Right? They died of natural causes, a lot of them. So they were at least allowed to live their life without being murdered by the Lord because of how on point Moses was. That's the effectual power of prayer, or the effectual power of dedication. And that's something, and that's why I'm taking my time to kind of extract it. Because when John sat back here and said his prayers, now he hadn't did anything yet, but at least he set the tone for his administration the right way. I'm going to the Most High, and I'm going to give him everything I got before I move forward, because you need that back. Now, Jonathan was going to have to sit back here and make a lot more spiritual decisions to get the clout Moses got. But it's something for us to consider. Y'all love your children? You love your family? How hard are you going to work and dedicate and control your passion in yourself to buy your family time? You know what you see when you see Junior. You see Junior, you know what he got going on him. All you praying for the Lord is maybe a couple years he'll get his head right. Am I right or wrong? Your hope is let him get right in his 20s. And guess what? When he gets to his 20s, he just needs to his 30s, Lord. Just give him his 30s. Maybe in his 30s, he gonna see the light bulb. I saw my mom do it with my family. My baby will need more time. Is it just time? You sure? How much time do you need? But when you're a parent, that's what you're asking. It's for time. But how is he going to listen to you? How great are your works? How blameless is your conduct? The things written aforetime are written for your what? So the Most High is showing you about the Most High saved or spared or gave an entire nation more time because of how potent Moses was, and obedient Moses was, and on point Moses was. He's telling us our works might not save our children, but will give our family some time. And that's something to be conscious of as we're moving forward in our life. Are you going to be dedicated enough to sit back here and give your children the time they need to figure it out? Like the blameless man did? He's telling you, he said the blameless man, but why? Because you need to study about being blameless.
Yeah.
To give your family a chance, to give your wife a chance, to give your children a chance, to give the people you love a chance. Read that verse again from the top, 21.
Come. But then the blameless man made haste and stood forth to defend it, and bring in the shield of his proper ministry.
Our ministry, our commitment, when it says proper, is the right way to minister, the right way to serve. Who was he a minister to? The Most High. Moses' proper way of ministering to him gave him a protective what? Shield. Just like our proper ministry to the Most High gives us a proper what?
Shield.
When you do it the right way for the right period of time, the proper propitiation to the Lord produces a shield for us. Read on.
Even prayer.
So then all of a sudden, your prayer begins to be listened to. When you when you serve the right way. So you don't get these effectual prayers and he ain't listening to your prayers for your loved ones unless your ministry is proper. And when your ministry is proper, then all of a sudden, he will hear your prayer and hear your petition. Read on.
And the propitiation of incense.
So he's saying, the incense you bring today will be recognized. Anything you give the Most High will be recognized if your ministry in general is pure of intention, pure of motivation, pure of heart. Then the incense you burn for the Most High will be listened to and hearkened and received. Read on.
Set himself against the wrath.
His dedication was set against the wrath of the Most High. What does that mean? Because he sees you on point and you put it on the line every day, and he sees your request to the Most High, his wrath to smash the nation was settled because of that. He says, you know what? I'm not going to destroy them because I love you that. You're not going to save their soul, but Moses' obedience bought the nation time. Your obedience can buy your family time, your loved ones time. This is the verse. I've always wanted to know this verse about our good works. Does it buy us time? Does it buy our loved ones time? The answer is what? If it's the proper ministry, if it's the proper dedication, your works gives your family time. How many of us got kids that ain't committed to this yet? You ain't got to raise your hand. I know which ones they is. And FYI, just because they in class don't mean they believe. All right, just because they in class doing this. Like it's Chinese water torture. Israel got kids here that they're sitting back here. It's like, I'm here because I got to be here. How much time is left in class? They said class ends at 2. Yeah. I can feel that vibe right now. I can feel the vibe now. We were supposed to be out here by 2 o'clock. What's going on? Dad, you said it's gonna be 2. We're gonna enjoy the rest of our weekend. It's time to eat. Right? How many of y'all got kids like that? Don't answer. How many parents are like that? Don't answer that. What all I'm trying to say is, I have my fears for my children too. And I've always felt this, but this is the scripture that actually solidifies it. Moses' proper ministry, proper servitude to the Lord, appeased the Lord's wrath. And he didn't punish them as quickly as they deserved. All we can hope for is that our ministry and our commitment to the Lord is proper and good enough where the Most High will sit back here and hear our prayers and give our loved ones enough time. That's all we can control. It's how obedient we are, and we pray that the Most High protects our children. Because his obedience, Moses' obedience, was that shield protecting the nation from the Most High's wrath. Yeah. And that's real. Read on.
Even prayer and the propitiation of incense set himself against the wrath, and so brought the calamity to an end.
Listen, Moses' works and his great servitude took away the calamity and only caused 3,000 deaths versus the entire nation. Because there were deaths. when Moses and them came down, when Moses and Joshua came down, they did murder some people. The Levites killed people. But he was going to wipe everybody out. I know. He said, man, get out of my way, Moses. I'm done with him, son. And that was to say, that. But what's the point? That's when the Most High had to bring Moses home when Moses was angry at him.
Yeah.
When Moses was done, he said, I got to bring you home, man.
Yeah.
You lost it a little bit. Your age got the best of you. You got to come home. But before, his works were so proper, I'm not going to kill him because of you, Moses. Just the greatest instigators got to get killed. Yeah. The greatest instigators got killed, but everybody else was given mercy. Which is what? The mercy is what? Time. That was the mercy. A lot of times, all we get is time.
Yeah.
We'll continue.
Declaring that he was thy servant.
Listen, his actions and how the Most High listened to him was proof that Moses was his servant. It's almost like this. Even when you are working with somebody in the spirit, you know they're locked in when the head guy can listen to them and listen to the advice. You know, brothers always say, oh, you don't listen to me. How you gonna listen to my counsel? Because I don't trust your counsel. How about that? When a person starts listening to counsel, it's proof that he trusts you enough as a person that it should be listened to. And when Moses or we are obedient enough to gain the Most High's trust, then he will show us the love and respect to listen to our petition.
Yeah.
But too many times, we don't give enough dedication for the Most High say, I'm going to listen. I'm going to give him the benefit of listening. It's the same thing in a physical place or on earth, dealing with people, why men aren't listened to. You can see it in a terrestrial scenario, but in the spiritual realm, it's the same thing. You got to put enough dedicated work in order for the Most High to sit back here and consider what you need, or consider asking for something that isn't a need.
Because the devil works hard.
God.
Satanists work hard to get their little spiritual power.
God.
Yeah. They dedicate hours.
White man too.
But the devil work hard.
Mm-hmm.
He's up all night conjuring different ways to sting you, conjuring different ways to oppress you. But for us, this is a phase. This is a style. This is a way of life. It's seasoned. Serving the Most High, it is not as intense.
We're trying to show you why you got to go all in.
Yeah.
Why you have to mentally and spiritually commit every moral fiber you got. Because everybody got requests. Everybody got wants. Everybody got needs. But nobody wants to put the proper level of commitment to the Father. Nobody wants to give at the level that's proper to him. Like we read in Psalms 18 and 24. You got to give enough righteousness in the Most High's eyes where he deems it righteous. When you do that, then he will consider the little requests that you got and you're asking for. And then those requests that you're asking for might save your child's life. Might buy him enough time to learn the lesson he needs to learn. And that is one of the caveats or benefits to giving your life all the way. Because you'll get these little considerations that you wouldn't get if you don't put it on the line every day. Read on.
Verse 22. So he overcame the destroyer.
Moses' great works overcame the destroyer. Right? That's crazy, isn't it? Your obedience can overcome the fate of death to the ones you love the most. If serving the Most High for the love of the Most High ain't enough, then this should hopefully get you to want to fight harder. Maybe you'll fight harder because you want to do it to save your kid's life. But I'm going to tell you this, don't do it for that reason. Because he'll take him away and then see what your actions are.
Yep.
You see the point? You can't fake the Most High out. You can't pimp the Most High. You better do the right thing for the right reason. Do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. But the benefit of doing the right thing for the right reason There are many reasons to do the right thing. Not just for yourself, but the protection of your loved one. Read on.
So
Read that verse again, verse 22. That's crazy.
Verse 22. So he overcame the destroyer, not with strength of body.
Listen, you can't overcome a spiritual battle with the flesh. That's what Paul sounded like in 2 Corinthians 10. When you read when you read the Apocrypha, Wisdom of Solomon and Ezra, man, you know Paul was dancing in these chapters. Because he says the same thing that is said here. On constant basis. He didn't overcome the destroyer, meaning he didn't gain the Most High's mercy because he was strong physically. Read on.
Nor force of arms.
Or military power. Read on.
But with the word subdued he him that punished.
Because this word was backed by what? Moses' word was backed by what? Obedience and commitment. When your heart is pure, your intention is pure, your works for years are pure, that has greater power than any military, any army, any stature of any man. And that is what the effectual prayer of a righteous man availeth much, brings much power to the table. That's a greater power than any army or any person. Is the power of obedience and the power of submission. And how the Most High will hearken unto that above any nation and army and people. And it is the benefit of why we commit everything. This is why you commit. Because if it can be done, if the Most High's will, if there is any inkling of the Most High backing you when your child is sick, when there's a catastrophe with your family, the only protection is your works. That doesn't guarantee your child's safety. But if there's anything that is protected, it's your works. Yeah. And this is why you do it every day. It's why you commit every day. For the ones that still need you, but need time. Read on.
But with the word subdued he him that punished, alleging the oaths and covenants made with the Father.
Nah. Read on.
For when the dead were now falling down by heaps one upon another.
Those thousands that died when Moses did come down, when he killed the rebellious ones, read on.
Standing between, he stayed the wrath and parted the way to the living.
So what he said, a handful had to die because they were just too wicked, but the rest were saved. So Moses' sacrifice and humility and dedication spared hundreds of thousands of people. And that is the power of prayer. That's the power of properly giving the Most High what he's asking for. There's the power there. Was that?
Not that ministry.
And the power of your ministry, the power of how well you serve the Most High, literally can determine the fate of your children's life. And this is whatever John gave the Most High, John Hyrcanus gave him, the propitiation was accepted and honored and was enough to back and catapult John Hyrcanus in his administration serving the Most High. And with that, we're going to leave class. That's a proper ending. I know you might have had something, but I want to leave it there for us to kind of marinate. All right? With that, any questions?
I'm not.
I know. Yes.
With that being blameless, is that being blameless in the eyes of the Most High?
Yes. Because everybody, all of us, think we're blameless now. But there's different levels of dedication we got to give that the Most High will sit back and acknowledge if it's right. But like Dali, I said as I was walking off one of these times, this is why you need counselors to help guide you along the way, to help teach you and show you what level of effort is received and which level of effort is not received. And with that, Imagine will point out your Shalom. I know what I think that left it. That left it. I know. I just want. Yes, sir.
I got a whole class.
I believe it. See, Eric, we've passed 4 hours. My whole
Happy holidays. This one.
it's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Okay. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send my God.
Send my God.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
You know Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
Much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in need.
For in need.
He's our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Brother Yahweh Bashem Yahshua.
Right there, Shem Yahshua.
Ahawah. Let them know. Ahawah.
Bless you, Yahweh, the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Brother Yahweh Bashem Yahshua.
Right there, Shem Yahshua.
Ahawah. Let them know. Ahawah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Brother Yahweh Bashem Yahshua.
Right there, Shem Yahshua.
Ahawah. Let them know. Ahawah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Brother Yahweh Bashem Yahshua.
Right there, Shem Yahshua.
Ahawah. Let them know. Shema. Zayat. Lamashah. Yahshua.
Yahshua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
The works of thy hand.
In the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
And brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understanding.
Neither is the fool understanding.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is thy day shall be destroyed forever.
It is thy day shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Most high forevermore.
Are most high forevermore.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shall exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
And my enemies.
And my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He's my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no righteousness in him.
By Shem Yahshua.
By Shem Yahshua.
Psalm 133. Shayor.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Iowa.
Lajawad.
Lajawad.
Ana.
Ana.
Ma. Sawa. Wama. Nahayam. Shabbat. Akyam. Yam. Yafad. Kasaman. Atsuwa. Ayam. Hara'ash. Yerad. Ayam. Azakwan. Zakwan. Aharah. Kayarad. Ayam. Kayah. Halawath Yuwa. Sator. Haramwan. Zayaran. Ayam. Gloria. Zayawan. Ayah. Sham. Hazawah. Hawa. Hamaraga. Hayayam. Halabalom. Ba'ashem Yahshua.
Psalm 33. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the fresh ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of her mind, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Waklo. Boy. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Boy. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Waklo. Boy. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshua. Waklo. Boy. Rock they hope. Rock they hope shot. 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 Knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All love. All mercy. All grace. All long suffering. All strength. All compassion. All power. From your house. All power. From your house. All power. From your house.
Slow down, heavy order. Yahweh, why y'all shot? Walk on your shot. Manager, a month? Correct. Yahweh, come on, Shelly. Get the tap. A mashibat, turn the first sisters. Stand. Salunia Abdalzan. Manager, a month? Correct.
Yahweh Shah, the dumb by Shem Yahshua. Yes, Macham. Dismiss. Paula. Israel, Thwad, tuning in. Thank you for giving us your weekend or your Saturday, your Sabbath. We'll see you guys on Monday, all right? The Shalom.